This regular Medicine Hat City Council meeting of December 16th, 2024 is called to order at 6:30 p.m. We will begin with a moment for prayer or reflection. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous people and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relationships to the land. So now we'll move on to the adoption of previous council meeting minutes. Are there any objections to the December 2nd, 2024 regular city council minutes? Okay. Are there any objections to the regular council meeting minutes of December 5th, 2024? That wasn't a regular meeting, it was just a council meeting, but nonetheless. So hearing no objections on either of those meeting minutes, council adopts the minutes of the December 2nd, 2024 regular council meeting and the December 5th, 2024 regular council meeting as presented. Now we'll move on to item 6, adoption of the agenda. So for clarity, there was a notice of motion that was put on, but it is in fact a motion that is business arising out of the budget. So that motion will just be dealt with when we get to the budget stage rather than being a notice of motion. As business arising, it does not need to have notice. It is just a motion that is being made as a result of the business we're doing. So that will just be dealt with in ordinary course in 10.1. Are there any other objections or additions to the agenda? Seeing none, council adopts the agenda of December 16th, 2024. Are there any councillor announcements tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes to pull from the consent agenda for discussion? Councillor Sharps?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I believe it is, I lost my sheet, 8.6. Yeah, that's it.
Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity
I just had
Strategy.
some questions, yes, please.
Okay. My understanding is that this is an item that we're seeing now, but will be added to an agenda for discussion at a later date, but we'll pull that. And
So is your preference that I don't ask the questions now?
well, let's just get confirmation. City Manager Mitchell, am I correct in assuming that 8.6 will be added to a future agenda as new business?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, you are correct. It'll be added to the January 20th, but knowing that we had to complete the budget this evening, we moved it to that meeting. The first meeting in January is full with interviews for Integrity Commissioner. Sure. So we wanted to make sure we had the time and space, and Deloitte will be here to present it.
So I guess that is exactly my question. So if it was moved into this meeting under the consent agenda, it's got financial impact.
Through the chair, it's only moved there for information with the caveat that it will be looked at.
So the financial
fully.
impact is
Yeah.
not being, at this point, not that I don't have any problem, I just want to ask some
No,
questions.
it's just for information to get it in front of council because we had hoped that the budget would be.
You know what they say about hopes.
We hoped, yes. Okay. So anyway, it will be on the January 20th.
Thank you.
You're
Then
welcome.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. So, seeing that no items are being removed for discussion, can we have a motion?
I'll make that motion. Do you have it? To receive the consent agenda.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay. We will vote on adopting for the corporate record. And that's passed. Next, we have a public hearing, and this public hearing is for bylaw 4839 and bylaw 4840. And the business arising out of the two public hearings is dependent on passing of the budget. And so, so the public hearing we'll have, and then we'll actually deal with the business arising out of the public hearing at a later time, during at item 10.1. All right, so the first public hearing is with respect to bylaw 4839 to amend the electric utility bylaw. And we will have an introduction provided by administration, followed by the city clerk notification report. And then we will be allowed to ask questions, and then we will close the public hearing. And then at a later time, we'll deal with a motion arising out of the public hearing. So is someone here to give an introduction? There was a presentation at the last meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I can offer some words of reminder for the benefit of public and council. We did recently bring forward both the gas and electric bylaws for council's consideration and passed. That was respect to the main body of those bylaws. These amendments before you today really focus on the schedules, which are the focus of the rates themselves. The proposed rates do reflect changes that council would have seen previously as part of the budget recommendation, inclusive of the Council Committee of the Whole presentation that was provided on October 22nd, as well as the council meeting on November 18th, and other related budget content. These rates are consistent with the revenue requirements on a cost plus allowable return basis for distribution cost recovery, as well as on the commodity side for electricity, the interim best of market rates, where we reset our forward outlook based on wholesale commodity prices, a forward 12-month look on forward commodity prices every 3 months, particularly since we haven't yet resolved how to pursue any philosophical changes with respect to the energy business approach. And I will note these rates are proposed for a single year for 2026, unlike the broader budget proposal. And that's both because we remain in that interim period on the commodity side, but also because on the distribution side, we are seeing fairly frequent changes on our volumes, and that impacts the unit rate. So we are looking to gain an additional year of information there. And with respect to electrical side as well, I will note that we do not have the transformer upgrade costs that have been contemplated to be paid by the rate base as previously inquired by certain members of council. But should council wish to consider those, it's our view that we will not need to impact the rates as recommended for this year, but we would look to adjust in future years if that's council's so desire. And I will welcome Director Motch, who is online, and Director Tuchscher to offer anything further, but otherwise they will certainly be available to assist with any questions.
Thank you very much. And I forgot to say the magic words. This public hearing is called to order. So having the introduction, does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, City Clerk, can you provide your report?
Bylaw 4839 to amend electrical bylaw 2244 to repeal and replace Schedules A and B to amend certain rates, charges, and fees. Bylaw 4839 received first reading on November 18th, 2024. Public notice of the subject bylaw is published in the Medicine Hat News on Saturday, November 30th and Saturday, December 7th, 2024. No written submissions were received.
All right. At this time, if there's anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak for or against this bylaw, please come down to the podium. And if there is a sheet of paper on there, there is not. Okay. Then please state your first and last name for the record and whether you'll be speaking for or against the bylaw. Welcome.
And it's not so much the actual rate changes. What my issue is the KVA range that is found within the medium commercial. So I was just rate reclassified from an E31 small commercial to an E33 medium commercial, which for my business, I own Collective, which is a spin and yoga studio downtown, I'm kind of guesstimating at this point, because I only have about 4 bills or 5 bills, it's gonna change my utilities by about $5,000 a year, which is pretty substantial. So my concern is that we're at the very low end. So we experienced 2 months that we were actually below that 25 KVA range, but you still have to pay the same rates and fees regardless of being below. I didn't receive any notification other than 1 day's advance notice that I was going to be rate reclassified. And I've had some discussions, and they're still ongoing. But I thought this was a good opportunity for me to come forward and just express how important this is to me and what this range, like I've spent countless hours and days looking at different energy services providers, looking at Lethbridge, anything that I can kind of compare it to, and I can't find a single other one that has that kind of range. So in terms of actual numbers, the 1 month we were 26.94. The other month, 25.72. So we're talking like just over, and then a couple months we are below. This month now, I'm looking at about 29, and it's not completely done because the ratchet changes are going to go up until the 18th, I believe. So I have had people send me the data so I can try and analyze, which clearly I'm not trained in that, but I've done my best, and I'm looking, even trying to make heads or tails of these ratchet changes. And the ratchet changes when you're reaching a new one is happening at 2 o'clock in the morning. So we clearly don't have classes at that time, so consumption isn't equaling demand. So I can't just contact my person that would come in to do my electrical and say, okay, split the load of these panels. I did my due diligence. I bought the most energy efficient panels on the market. My consumption in terms of kilowatts is 1,500 a month. So I'm well below that. It's just this peak moment in time, and I can't equate it to anything because the way that the data is presented and when it's coming for the meter and sent in and submitted, it's happening at 2 o'clock in the morning, so I can't make heads or tails of that. So that's my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. And I'm not to put you on the spot, but how, in your speaking with other people and the research that you've done, is there a solution that you would propose, or you don't, obviously you don't have to have one, I'm just
Right.
asking.
If the range was changed, like I was told that most people are within that 50 to 90, or most businesses, I should say, are in that 50 to 90. And that doesn't make me feel any better because it goes all the way up to 2,000. What's the point of having it up to 2,000? If that range even went to 50, like when you're looking at comparable ones, I don't understand why it's so low, and if I'm like the lowest hanging fruit. And I have asked to see if there's any other businesses that are experiencing this. And as far as I know, there was no other hot yoga studios in the community, so this was all new to everybody. But my concern is the transparency. I had to pay my permits. I had to submit my load calculations. All of this was presented, and there wasn't a single conversation had saying, hey, you're drawing a ton of power here. Did you know that this could put you in a different, rate class, which I had no idea. So then my 1 day notice, and then I was told that, well, you had a couple months grace period. But it's not a grace period if I don't know about it. It wasn't brought to my attention at any point. So I can't really fix what I don't know is broken, is what I've already said, right? So that would be my recommendation. So it's not even the rates that I'm having issues with. It's that broad range, because I can't think of any other community that has a range of 1,975 for one grouping.
Thank you, and I do apologize for the lack of communication. I want to, just before I go to you, Councillor Sharps, give Managing Director Pancoast or perhaps Travis or Grayson an opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and we certainly are familiar with Ms. Moore's concerns and are attempting to help, particularly with the understanding of the data. We did have a third party come in and review our cost plus approach, which is where the concern is arising from in terms of how we arrange the allocation of the cost recovery of our distribution costs and the allowable return. The challenge is that becomes a zero-sum game. We set the rate class at particular levels, but if we adjust those rate classes, that adjusts the costs contributed by each of those rate classes. So if we were to introduce a new rate class, for instance, to address some of the concerns, it's possible that depending on how those costs are allocated, some may go down, some may actually go up, and we can't guarantee that it would be a successful outcome in this particular case. That is the zero-sum game approach of dividing how costs are allocated across the different groupings. We are also certainly looking at fixing the awareness concern that she has raised on a go-forward basis. We are in the midst of brainstorming some of those options. It is a cross-functional opportunity that we've identified on how to solve that. But certainly, I know Director Tuchscher is more familiar with the specifics with respect to our calculation of our rates and may be able to offer some additional comments.
Sure. The only extra piece I would add to this is the difference between a 3-1 customer and a 3-3 customer is how we recoup our rates. At the 3-1 customer level, lots of that is based on consumption. And then when you jump to a 3-3 customer, lots of the rate recovery is based on a KVA. So unfortunately, in this rate class, a high KVA but a low consumption can sometimes be punitive to customers, but that's just their cost recovery. And like Rochelle said, we have had that model reviewed by a third party and is in line with rate setting principles, and that is typical as you move up from a residential, small, medium, or small commercial to a medium commercial and large commercial customers, you move from a consumption-based recovery to a KVA-based recovery.
And what of, like, I understand zero sum, we have to get the money from somewhere, but what about the addition of smaller chunks of ranges?
So it's something we can consider. It's more of an art than a science to say how you divvy up those customer ranges. Like I said, we have had it third-party reviewed and have determined that that's in an appropriate range. Unfortunately, though that rate of customers, there is a wide variety. Once you get to the large commercial customers, there's less variety, and in the small commercial, it's a smaller range, but that medium commercial has a large range of different kind of customers and can have a different KVA for those customers.
So may I ask how many other businesses are like me then? Do we have a number on that? Because I know I did ask for that. Am I the only one that falls within that 25 to 30? Is it just Collective that falls there, or are there other businesses as well?
Yeah, there is other businesses that are at the lower range. I don't know the exact breakdown in terms of percentage. We can try and get that. Well, we can get that data for her and kind of give a percentage breakdown of that range for how customers fall in that category.
Thank you. Councillor Sharps?
Thank you. I actually had questions for both Travis and Sabrina, if that's okay. So I am well aware of the situation with Collective. So I will say that I had an opportunity to review her documents and her research, and I will tell you she did not come unprepared. It was binders upon binders. But one thing I did found interesting in the binders that I never had a chance to ask anyone is a lot of her draw for the energy was at very odd times, like 2, 3 in the morning, and she runs no classes. Why would that be?
So we have looked into that and found the timing difference in terms of how the meters are read, and so we have adjusted for the proper timing of that and have sent an updated file that shows the proper timing of that consumption and that peak that she set, that her business sets. And so we can definitely walk through that with her. I think it has been sent to you, but we'll clarify to make sure she has the proper
Correct.
data and the actual timing of that.
So up until this, it wasn't accurate?
It was accurate data. There was just a timing difference in terms of how the meter read and what clock the meter was reading off of. So we were able to correct that discrepancy, and now it actually, the new data shows the proper time of that consumption and that peak load.
Okay.
I
and is
haven't
that-
received the updated because it was showing, there was like a 2-hour time difference because of time zones, I think. So I was presented 2 different numbers. And as far as I understand, the most recent data that I have is the accurate one, but that's where I'm noticing the ratchet changes at 2 in the morning. So that's what I'm not understanding.
So if I can make a suggestion, I think that you've offered to, provide some additional data on this particular case, and maybe there's, a few other cases where it probably, or it wasn't necessarily intended to capture a small business, or maybe it was, but to sort that out on this individual case, and then deal with the overall bylaw separately here. But I think I've heard a commitment to continue to work with Ms. Moore.
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. We'll definitely work with her on that data and review the data with her.
Councillor Sharps, did you have a follow-up?
Sorry, no, I'll leave my rest of my questions for the debate. Thanks.
Councillor Hirsch?
Well, I also sat with the individual that has concerns, and we talked about the timing difference, and then to hear now tonight that it ratcheted up at 2 a.m. Because my understanding was a time zone difference, but yet even if you do a time zone at 2 a.m., either way, it still seems to be off. But I did, and we did discuss this in Energy Committee and whether or not it would make sense for us to review, the bandwidth as well. But, and again, I think this is just questions to the applicant. But again, I just want to reiterate, she came well prepared, and I appreciate having the time with her. So it is something that I'm struggling with right now as well. So thank you.
Councillor Hyder?
Thank you, and through the chair. Hi, Ms. Moore. If you can just, maybe for people that aren't in the know, tell us a bit of what your business is and what caused you to move into a different class, just so that
Sure.
Some of us might know a little bit, but if you could just explain that to us.
In 2018, I opened Collective Cycle, and that was downstairs. It used to be the Old City Bakery. And then of November 2023, I purchased the building, and then I did an expansion upstairs to offer hot yoga. So that's where these infrared panels came into play. So I did my best to find the best panels on the market in terms of consumption, because the last thing I wanted was, $4,000 a month utility bill. So I did have that in mind, but I didn't know anything about KVAs. And you can look on past bills, there is no mention of KVAs because, well, if you're under it, then you're fortunate. And it wasn't until those panels started kicking in that I've noticed that change, obviously. So I have everything set on timers. I've actually adjusted some of my class times so they're not happening at the same time. I've tried to change things, but the data just isn't adding up for me. If 1 week, every single class is the same, the panels are set to the same time, downstairs thermostat, everything is set to be the exact same, why is it the next week on a random Friday or whatever it is, it peaks again? So I can't, again, consumption isn't equaling demand. So that's where it came from, is the backstory, is opening up the hot yoga studio.
Okay, just quickly.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe it would be helpful to describe the KVA. It's the max possible, like what is available rather than what is consumed.
No, the KVA is your,
Not the KVA, sorry, go ahead.
the KVA is your peak, so that's the peak amount of energy you've used at one point in time. And then your consumption is your total consumption over the month. So you could, I think in this case, there's times when her business peaks in energy use, maybe potentially when she turns on all her saunas and potentially cools the cycling studio, and that would draw a lot of energy at one time, and then her consumption may be lower, but that peak KVA is what the distribution charges for customers 3.3 is based off of. But we'll definitely clarify
you.
some data and make sure we're working with her.
Councillor Hyder?
Just to quickly, I appreciate, first of all, I imagine there was a big investment for you and your family in regards to the business, so can totally appreciate that. And I appreciate, I, for one, you're very informed about what's happening. I applaud you for that because you've self-educated yourself because you have an issue. So I'm putting faith into some people that we can get some things solved for you. So I appreciate you coming forward and bringing this up.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. So again, the debate will be at a later time in the agenda. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for or against this bylaw? If so, please come down to the podium. And for a third and final time, if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak for or against this bylaw, please come down to the podium, state your first and last name, and whether you'll be speaking for or against the bylaw. Mr. Payne.
Your Worship, Scott Payne, speaking against the bylaw. I think since even before the pandemic, we as Medicine Hat have made it very difficult for people, individuals as well as businesses. We've had incredible increases in costs due to federal spending. We are right now kind of almost at the center of the perfect storm. We have a federal government that is considering taxing our fuel exports, which could have a major impact on our utility rates. We have a federal government in the South who may impose huge tariffs. I think this public hearing is probably actually at an awkward time because I think there's going to be some big changes in January, February, and I think this needs to be reviewed. And we see a small business owner, this lady that came up and spoke tonight, and well done, thank you. Having worked for Methanex Corporation and understanding a little bit of the peak stuff, if we're charging the small guy for the peak, when really we have Methanex, CanCarb, CF that have the peak, that's huge, right, in comparison. And we've built our plants for those. Perhaps maybe we could look at this a little bit differently. I think some people are going to get surprises on their own bills next summer, whether it's water or whatever. But I think this really needs to be reviewed, and I think the City Council needs to be prepared to talk about this in February, March, and April, because big changes are coming, and we don't know the effects. And I think power, our fuel costs, whether it's natural gas or otherwise, it's going to affect us. So that's what my recommendation would be. And also, we have, before council tonight, we're looking at another $4 million for a wastewater treatment plant. A big surprise at the end. I think you spent about 30 hours in council talking about budget. Has there been an investigation into why we're just finding out right at the last minute? We have a food waste plant that, I'm not hearing answers on that. How long is it going to extend the life of our landfill? Is it really worth it? We may be getting some credits from the federal government, but does that exceed the operational costs? Like, we're running, the charts from 2 meetings ago just show that we're going to be down, I think, $73 million in about 8 years in our reserves. So things are really bad. Like, we need to really, really look at our budget tonight as well as going forward, and certainly power. This is a great city to live, have no reason to ever leave, but it is getting harder and harder for everybody. Our advantage is gone or going, and I think certainly small businesses, they're taking a brunt, and I think we really need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. If I could get someone, maybe Travis or Managing Director Egert, to just comment on the viability of having a shorter term. So we reduced it to 1 year rather than 2 to be consistent with the budget. is there a particular amount of time that this has to be in place? I know that it will have impact on the budget, but is that an option that's available?
And Mayor Clark, if you could just repeat again, you're referring to the actual recycling facility?
No, sorry, the bylaw that's subject of this hearing right now, so we could potentially revisit it in February or March without incident, like that's not against any rules, correct?
So through the chair, Mayor Clark, the intention is to have the rates in effect on January the 1st. And I believe that's the way the bylaw is written. In the absence of having this bylaw approved, we would just continue with the 2024 rates. We only have 1 year included as part of the bylaw to allow us to bring forward a 2025 bylaw for these, both electric and gas. So that's to account for any changes or differences that we see in the following year. So that might answer Mr. Payne's question.
I think the question was more, we pass this budget, but revisit it earlier in 2025 than the end of the 2025. And council can always change its bylaws, so I'm just, yes, we can do that, and I was just looking for any reason you see why that would be a problem.
So through the chair, again, there is a lot of administrative work in setting up all the rates in the background with respect to billing. So that may be one consideration. Not to say that council could change the bylaw at any time. I think that's council's right to be able to do that. I think our recommendation is to have the rates in place for January the 1st for the year 2025.
And just a clarification point, the bylaws for distribution rates, which are cost-based rates, or operations cost, which we don't anticipate changing significantly from throughout the year. It's our cost to operate the distribution company, and that's a cost plus recovery on those operating costs.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Payne. And with that, I will adjourn the public hearing at 7:02. Next, public hearing is.
Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to actually make a motion, if you don't mind. I'd like to refer, if it's the will of council, I'd like to refer back to Energy, Land and Environment for review of the commercial range 3.3 and perform a jurisdictional scan for committee and implications for changing the range. We chatted, and the reason for the motion is that we chatted a little bit at committee saying it would have an impact. And maybe at committee they can kind of tell us what the level of effort would be in this regard. But I think it's something that now, based on the feedback from citizens, listening to the jump, the literal jump from the small commercial to the medium, I think we've got some work to do here that I'd like to kind of take back.
Okay, thank you. We'll need a seconder, but can you just
Sure.
say it a little more slowly for?
Yep. I move that we refer this item back to Energy, Land and Environment for review and action. Specifically, and I'm sorry, I'm just wordsmithing on the fly.
Can I, just for clarity, you're not saying that we shouldn't deal with the budget tonight. You're just saying to refer analysis back?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. To perform a jurisdictional scan for the committee and implications for change of the range. So I'm sorry in terms of wordsmithing, but that's kind of what the intention is for us to have a review in terms of what that looks like.
will second that. I guess I can leave it for the debate. I just don't want to lose the situation that Ms. Moore finds herself in as a small business owner, 5,000 additional extra during the year, and we're still going into our coldest. We have no idea what that'll do to her. even though, well, I'll wait for my debate, I second. Just shut up.
Okay, so now that we have a motion, sorry, related to the,
Related to medium commercial range 3.3. What is it, the range?
are you standing up to speak?
I was just gonna, yeah, it's just the KVA range, I think is what.
It's KVA range,
You
right?
betcha, KVA trend. Thank you. Related to the KVA range in the medium commercial.
Nope, that's good, just a period, I think. Nice. So, having attended online, it has, I've noticed that the viewing public can't see the actual motion, so maybe that's something we could look into, but I will read it. Council, the motion is that council refer this item back to Energy, Land and Environment Committee for further action and to perform a jurisdictional scan related to the KVA range in the medium commercial class.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. You acknowledge me as seconder? I was second. Okay, perfect. Okay, so a couple of things as this goes back. So I appreciate Councillor Hirsch doing this. We've been chatting about it, and this is, I'm struggling with this whole class, and for a couple of reasons. When Ms. Moore provided me that binder of information, I went through kind of the highlights, and then I decided to go through it page by page. And so we spent quite a bit of time on it, and I went through Lethbridge, Red Deer, Edmonton, Calgary, Tabor, and we are literally the only range of 1,975. So when we're in a market where we're saying we have the advantage, I really want to make sure we're talking that and walking that. But as a small business owner, she brought this to us a few months back, and we're still working on it. So I'm really asking administration to put this at a little bit higher urgency level. So as a small business owner, this is her paycheck every month. So kind of like us, when it comes to when we're looking at inflationary costs for raises and doing our projects, it's the same thing. When we have an issue where we run out of budget, administration just gets to come to council and ask for money and we give it to you. Small business owners don't have that, so I would really like to see some expediency with this being resolved for her. I will also say one of the other things, and I want to just give council a little bit of an idea, the difference between small and medium business. Your admin goes from 9 cents to 67 cents. Service charges go from 74 cents to $3.13, and your facility usage goes from 0.02 to $6.48. It's impactful. It is incredibly impactful. So I do think there's room on that issue, but I will also say we seem to be the only municipality that said, so right now the bylaw states that once you slip into this, you're there for 12 months, regardless if you stay at that rate. And that seems quite punitive. So we're telling people to save energy. I personally went to her studio to see what she's done. I mean, I would die in one of her spin classes, so I'm not going to that. But I've seen her facility, and it was top notch. She went above and beyond to make sure she got energy efficient. So she's doing all the right things, and she's sitting at 6 months paying a small commercial. So I'm really hoping that we can kind of elevate this if possible.
Just want to clarify one point. The measurements, the unit of measurements that you referred to are different. One is a kilowatt hour charge when you're referring to the small commercial, and one's a KVA charge.
On which one?
On the small commercial.
On every line item or just on the facility one?
On the facility,
Yeah.
the facility one, the small commercial is a kilowatt hour
0.2
charge.
cents, and the other one is KVA, right?
And then the other one is a KVA charge.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's a different unit of measurement.
Which
So
can be
you
very
can't-
confusing, right?
it's
Especially when
can't
you
compare
go
apples to
from never seeing what a KVA is, and then all of a sudden saying you're being charged for KVAs, by the way, what are they? So I just think that if we're gonna take their money, we really need to tell them what they're paying for. But I'm hoping that if we own our energy company, and she's stuck in that rate for 12 months. So if she's not using it, I think we need to look at that, because 12 months seems to be, we're the outliers. So much to Darren's point about getting a jurisdictional scan, I think you'll find that, I don't know if one was done prior, but the newest one I just did was, it looks like we are completely the outliers. Looks like Lethbridge is the longest at 6 months.
Yeah, and I guess in reply, I would echo Rochelle's comments. We do see it as an opportunity for the communication prior to changing rate classes. But for how the distribution rates are set, we look at a cost causation for each rate class. So if we change rate classes, there's still going to be a cost associated, and it may change. She may not be paying a KVA charge in this instance, but it would be coming through as a maybe a kilowatt hour charge, which would change for that rate class. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples. You have to look at what costs are associated with that bucket of customers. And then whether you set it by kilowatt hour or KVA, you still have to collect the costs from that customer class.
I don't think she's disputing ever paying that charge,
No,
ever.
no, I definitely wasn't saying that.
Okay,
I'm just saying
good.
I'm just saying it in rate setting methodology,
Yeah.
you set a cost causation for that rate class, and it has to be allocated and then collected from the customers. So whether it's through a kilowatt hour or a KVA, it's still a cost that's allocated that rate class that has to be collected.
True, but if you slip into that rate by one, and then you're slipping out, can it be perceived, do you think, as punitive potentially, that now she's paying that higher rate and she hasn't been in there? Like, I think this month she's back in there, but other than that, she hasn't been. So I just think that we need to look at fairness to our community as well. That's all I'm asking for.
So I suppose one option would be to add a time limitation on the motion. Counselor Robbins?
Yes, thanks, you, and through the chair. I just had a question about the third-party review. Did it touch on some of these issues already? I see you've taken the extra step to do the third-party review. Did it touch on any of this?
Yeah, we definitely reviewed this, and like I said prior, in the third-party review, they came back, it's not a science, it's an art, and how you set your customer classes is not a right or wrong answer. And we are willing to go back and look at and ask additional questions, but we did review the size of that rate class and potential options for how to transition customers.
And in that third-party review, was there some form of jurisdictional scan included?
The third party is very well known for the Alberta distribution rate setting, and so they were well aware of different ranges that were in the province by other distribution companies. And there is, like I said, there is a range, and there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer, but he is well aware of the ranges available out there in the market.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no further speakers, and no further motions to amend, we will vote.
Sorry, may I?
Yes,
Point of
go
order?
ahead.
I thought Councillor Hirsch was putting a timeline on that.
I was gonna state and just, we didn't, we actually don't have one set up for this month, so I'm thinking that in the next energy land in January.
Okay.
For the next meeting, to have that discussion, but I guess more importantly, I guess I'd like to ask staff in terms of timelines, in terms of doing the review, when they are feeling comfortable enough to present in terms of the data that we're looking for. So I don't know, maybe through the city manager, if you can.
Thank you. Through the chair, and given that we've got a few items, I'm going to ask Managing Director Pancoast what is reasonable with manpower and time frame and other projects.
Thank you, City Manager, and through the chair. It's a difficult question at this point, but if I may suggest perhaps a discussion to confirm a timeline at committee, because it partly depends. We've been here, unfortunately, before where we've tried to define what a review is, and I'd like a bit more clarity as to the depth. If it means engaging a third party to revisit our rate classes and redefine rate classes, if that's the outcome, that will require additional funding and a return to council for additional budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess I'm just wondering, so going back to maybe Councillor Sharp's, where she indicated that she did a kind of quick jurisdictional scan herself and said we were out of step. So that's kind of the level I want to understand. And then more importantly, I think during committee, we talked about, well, that will have an impact to the rest, like, as you mentioned, Managing Director, it has an effect on a zero-sum game. And I guess my question becomes, how many customers are on that edge? And then doing the math, what would that look like, you know, if a range or an alternative range was considered? So what would be the financial impact of that, commensurate with the people that go in and out of that? And quite frankly, what would that mean? And here's where I'm a little bit not understanding either, to be just put into that classification, when on my utility bill, I do recall an energy surcharge that goes towards going green when I surpass a certain level, but that doesn't keep me into that level. It's every month it resets. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is that I think the customer indicates like not a problem. If you go up to that rate class, that's fine. But to have that understanding of being locked in, I don't know the financial ramifications of having those customers locked in for that amount of time. And that's, I guess, up to council purview to say, okay, if it's $5,000, and I'm just grabbing different numbers, I'm sorry, but if it's a non-consequential impact to the rest of the user groups, I think every user group would say, you know what, for such a small bounce back and forth, I think that's fine as a utility customer. Especially when you're competing with the final range of the larger industrial groups that are within that group. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. I don't know. It's certainly something that we can have that discussion at the next, I guess, at the next energy, land and environment meeting, to talk about maybe that sort of framework. And I know it's impossible to answer today, so perhaps we can just get by having it on the agenda for next meeting to talk about scope. Is that fair? To my seconder?
Yeah, I will accept that. I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that there's a real live person being impacted. And a few, I don't believe that it's one. I know that it isn't,
Right.
so it's impactful.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do it by way of policy.
100%.
And then if it means that there's another indication on a one-off customer concern, then I think that should be, to your point, looked at very expediently, so.
That's all I'm asking for, yep.
Okay, so this is the motion, and we will now vote on the motion. All right, so that passes, and now we'll move on to our second public hearing for item 9.2, Bylaw 4840, to amend the gas utility bylaw. And I call this public meeting to order at 7:18 p.m. Managing Director Pancoast, do you want to provide a brief introduction?
Thank you. Through the chair, essentially it's the same comments as the prior one, except replace it for our gas bylaw. This is reflective of changes to our rates reflected within the schedules, as the main body was previously adjusted and approved by council. And otherwise, with respect to the, similarly on the distribution rates, that is a cost plus approach. So that's what's reflected in the rates as seen previously by council. And on the commodity side, it's reflective of our cost of purchasing natural gas.
Okay, I missed a lot of that. Oh, okay. My apologies. You can always just reach over and turn it off if you like. Okay.
Through the chair, I can't see you with the water bottle there, and I was just wondering if you could move that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Managing Director Pancoast. Now, if there are any questions from council for administration, I don't see any. there's anyone in the gallery who give your report first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bylaw 4840 to amend gas bylaw 2489 to repeal and replace schedules A and B to amend certain rates, charges, and fees. Bylaw 4840 received first reading on November 18th, 2024. Public notice of the subject bylaw was published in the Medicine Hat News on Saturday, November 30th and Saturday, December 7th, 2024. No written submissions were received.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak for or against this bylaw, please come down to the podium and state your first and last name and whether you'll be speaking for or against the bylaw. Doesn't look like there's any takers. Okay. Any last call for questions by council? Councillor Sharps?
Thank you. Just through the chair, actually to the city clerk, I noticed on the pages that are redlined, it looks like the entire document's redlined. Is that meant to be completely redlined? Because it looks like it's just in red ink versus redlined.
Can you direct us to the page you're looking at,
Yeah,
please?
both of the bylaws had it. I forgot to say it on the last one, sorry. We are, sorry, I just lost it. This is 4840, correct? Okay, I will go down. It is. Starts on 461. And it goes to 472.
I think it's just crossing off the schedule and replacing it, but Managing Director Pancoast?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct.
So we can't see what the differences are? Because normally we just redline and then put in the revised so we can see the difference. No, just the revision is.
Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Essentially, all of the rates noted have been adjusted, and the only substantive change other than the rates themselves was related to an internal element with respect to some of our street lighting.
All right. Seeing no further speakers, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing at 7:22. Thank you very much, Manager Tuchscher. I will now ask if there's, we're going to deal with the business arising, but I'm not seeing anyone that has a motion at this time. So we will go ahead and move on to unfinished business. And this is 2025-2026 City Budget and Financial Plan. And I know that, sorry? You don't know? Yeah, I thought you guys were talking over there. So now we will ask Councillor McGrogan to make his motion after we get an introduction from administration. A brief introduction, because this has been back a couple of times.
Okay, through city manager to the chair.
Through
This
the
item-
chair to council.
Through the chair to council, sorry. This particular item was presented on December 2nd, and I believe we ran out of time. We had several motions that were on the floor, and so I believe they need to be dealt with. Our recommendation continues to be to adopt the 25 and 26 operating and capital budget as presented on December 2nd, including funding sources, financial reserve transfers from capital and the Medicine Hat Endowment as described in sections 3.1 and 3.2 of attachment 1. And that would be for the 4 areas, including municipal, rate-based utilities, energy production, and land development and real estate. In addition, through the chair, we've also added a recommendation that council defer HALO's request for operating grant funding until a formal framework can be developed to evaluate all incoming not-for-profit requests for operating funding.
If I may, was that a council direction from last meeting? Did we pass it? No, we didn't pass it, so it shouldn't say that it is a council request, I don't think. Because it's already, we don't need to defer it because it already isn't in the budget. Is that accurate? Councillor Van Dyke?
Thank you, through the chair. Councillor Dumanowski had made an amendment to the budget motion, and they were still both on the floor when our meeting ended. They were deferred to this meeting. So the HALO, his amendment regarding HALO funding was still, I'm not actually, apologies, sure if it had been seconded yet or not, but it had not been voted on.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out that we don't need to defer anything. We don't need to take an action unless it's to add the funding because it's already not in the budget. City Manager Mitchell.
Thanks, through the chair. I think Councillor Van Dyke there was the motion on the budget. There was the second motion that Councillor Dumanowski added on adding the HALO funding to the budget. I think that's what you're referring to, correct? So those were both motions of council.
But they weren't passed. Yeah, okay. All right, so seeing no further questions, go ahead, Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Just as a preamble, I want to say that after our meeting of December the 5th, I want to say that I think we were well socialized over, I think it was 24 plus hours on the budget. Very little time, in my view, to ask a lot of questions other than after you could submit your questions. There's no really deliberations. I just felt there was something kind of missing. So I created a notice of motion, which it looks like maybe he's rolled into this, it's now continuing business with this, but I'm going to continue as it is a notice of motion, and I'm going to read the therefores, not the whereases, and I'm going to read a bit of a preamble so that council, I guess, understands what my rationale. So I want to start by reading the therefores. Therefore, let it be resolved that City Council directs the City Administration to reduce the requested tax rate increase from 5.6% to less than 4% for all departments, including the police services. Further, that administration reconsider new growth opportunities, which include studies, multiple engagements, and external consultants and partnerships and efficiencies related to the proposed $9.5 million composting project as sources for potential reductions. Further, the city return with a revised budget that does not consider further withdrawals from the endowment fund, i.e. reserves, to counter the reduction in tax increases, and identifies clearly to City Council where adjustments were made and the initial proposed budget in order to achieve the reductions. So I've written out my rationale, and I'm just going to read it because I don't want to miss anything. So bear with me. I don't usually spend a lot of time at the mic, but I will in this case. So first I want to thank, I guess we didn't really, I get a seconder to this motion, so I guess it's not really appropriate.
Second.
Can you, yeah, we'll just, your motion has been seconded, it's on the screen, so you can now speak to your motion.
Great, thanks very much. So thank you, Councillor Sharps, for seconding my motion that I submitted after the special council meeting of December the 5th, 2026. I look forward to hearing council's views before we vote on the motion, and I want to share my rationale for proposing it. I intend to keep my comments focused on the budget years of 25-26. The next council will have plenty of time to consider the budgets into the future in due course. My motion prompted a 6-page response from administration submitted on December the 9th, which I reviewed with keen interest. My first reaction was one of concern. I questioned if agreeing to my motion would it necessitate dimming the lights at City Hall, halting all new growth, placing stress on the city's debt ratio, and inevitably causing stagnation to our city. However, what continued to nag me was the fact that I was not asking for cuts from the present budget. I acknowledge that approximately 4% is needed to maintain proper compensation for our staff, address inflationary pressures, and allow opportunities for new growth to continue. As many of you know, I am not one to overstate my thoughts around this horseshoe. However, I ask for your indulgence tonight as I articulate my reasoning and concerns. The figures presented by administration in response to my motion were complex in my view and inadequate in answering my very simple, straightforward question. Is it true that $800,000 in spending would require a 1% tax-supported increase? In my view, in my previous role as chief of police, I managed the largest city tax-supported budget for 12 years through to my retirement in 2020. Almost without exception, the service maintained a positive budget variance, which is commendable and problematic. On the one hand, it demonstrated fiscal responsibility. On the other hand, a surplus indicated that we were taking tax dollars from our citizens unnecessarily. In simple terms, although the money wasn't spent when unneeded, but went back into a reserve, it was still lost to the taxpayers' pockets forever. I was continually reminded that every $800,000 in new spending that I requested equated to a 1% tax increase. Since joining this council 3 years ago, we have essentially heard the same thing. If that is indeed true, my motion asks administration to consider decreasing proposed new net spending, which can be accomplished by reducing existing spending, new spending, or a combination of both, by 1.7%. In my simple math, if my simple math is correct, reducing the request from 5.6 to 3.9 results in a 1.7% reduction, which amounts to approximately $1.36 million. Our total supported budget is around $86 million. Of that, I project that out of our really record number of city employees, which I was told was 1,360, around that number, approximately 75%, which is 1,020, are on the tax-supported side of the ledger. Perhaps administration confirmed this number, but anywhere near it would not alter my views. I heard from multiple sources that a senior official within the city has stated that the city is currently approximately 20% overstaffed, and after persistent inquiries from council, we were informed that a 3-year study was underway to assess appropriate staffing levels. We all recognize that a 3-year study effectively falls outside of this council's mandate, delaying any chance for right-sizing the organization during our term. Reflecting back again to my time as the chief of police, a restructuring initiative was branded as financially fit some years ago, and it was initiated, and I was tasked in mid-budget with finding a way to reduce the police budget by approximately $1 million while preserving key services, and we achieved it through diligent analysis, scrutiny of our budget, and without damaging service levels to this community. Having lived through such experiences, I believe that if every department within the tax-supported side of city operations were asked to examine their line item budgets closely, efficiencies will indeed be found. While it is true that every department might initially view their budget as tight, I firmly believe through lived experience that collectively finding $1.36 million in an overall budget of approximately $86 million is feasible. In my opinion, 3 years is an excessive time frame to determine appropriate staffing levels. This could be accomplished in 3 months or even more expediently given honesty and diligence from all involved. Government organizations often operate under the belief that slow is fast and fast is slow. But in the corporate world, organizations are frequently compelled to implement immediate cost cuts. Our local businesses, from petrochemical plants to mom and pop small businesses, and our local residents, from pensioners and those on fixed incomes to store clerks, hospitality workers, and executives and professionals, all have to constantly find ways to match our costs with our incomes. My broader point is that all city leaders should have actionable plans and should be aware of where efficiencies can be gained. Every manager in the city should understand where efficiencies can be created, whether through staffing reductions, contracted service reductions, or reductions in parts and supplies. For example, if there was a clerk, just randomly, in finance, for instance, approaching retirement, considering that each staff reduction typically saves the city approximately $100,000 in salary and benefits, a small adjustment could yield significant savings while minimally affecting service delivery to our taxpayers. Over the past 3 years, around this table, I have been in agreement with administration regarding the necessity of catching up after 2 years without tax increases prior to this council's term. However, I would argue that our present number of staff would indicate that we are well caught up. It is important to remind ourselves that as a council, we are here to represent the views of our citizens as elected officials. We're not here to passively agree with administration. They are tasked with enacting the will of council, not the other way around. Recently, I received an email from a senior administrator accusing me of not being qualified to assert that taxpayers are distressed. I disagree with this assessment. During the last municipal election, I received a very strong support and a very clear mandate from our electorate. My experience with the city and my deep connections with the community provide me with a strong basis to advocate for our citizens. Therefore, I believe it is entirely appropriate to ask council to direct administration to find the relatively small amount we are requesting. I've also received feedback suggesting that as a council, we will face criticism regardless of our decision, leading to some to argue that we should simply support the recommendations put forth by administration. However, I have yet to meet a taxpayer who has expressed, hey Andy, if they're going to raise my taxes by 3.9, you might as well make it 5.6, unless doing so drastically affects city services. If such unusual taxpayer does exist, I'd be eager to hear from them. In closing, which I'm sure all of you are ready for, I implore council to visit this budget with the direction outlined in my motion. We do not need to cut opportunities for new growth. Instead, we should focus on identifying further efficiencies within the proposed operating requests, whether through staffing adjustments, contracted services, or reductions in parts and supplies across all departments. I firmly believe that this is simply the right thing to do, and it is not introducing a hardship for the organization to comply. If you will allow an analogy, when methanol prices decline in the commodities market, our local plants need to adjust its cost structure accordingly. When revenues decline in restaurants and hotels, operators can't automatically raise their prices or they'll lose business, so they work to reduce their cost structures. I would wager that there isn't a person in this city on pension or other retirement income who would see their income go up by 5.6% this year and another 5.6% next year, which is 12.2%. They are lucky if they even see a percentage of inflation as an increase to their income as a result. As a result, they will need to make cost structure adjustments. This is true as well with wage earners in our community. How many do you think will get a 5.6% wage increase each year for the next 2 years? We certainly don't offer that to our employees. Virtually everyone in our, one of our constituents will need to make cost structure adjustments to make ends meet, and I honestly can't imagine why we can't do the same. As a city, we operate as virtually a virtual monopoly in most of the services we provide to our businesses and residents. I firmly believe we need to avoid exploiting that monopoly position and become much more in tune with our local businesses and residents, starting with the limiting the 2025 increase to their taxes to something less than 4% and certainly not 5.6. Thank you for allowing me to emphasize my perspective, on this, what I think is a very important matter. Thank you.
All right, and the motion is now up on the screen. City Manager Mitchell would like to make some comments. He did read it, but yeah. No, that's okay.
Thank you, through the chair and to Councillor McGrogan. Just some clarity around the workforce strategy, and you emphasized the 3-year, and it is correct that it is a 3-year workforce strategy. We have seen in the past where things have been done, I'll give, for example, financially fit and accelerated financially fit, where it was done too quickly. We are trying to be very strategic how we tackle this workforce strategy. However, in the meantime, it isn't as if it's in action for 3 years. So just for some clarity for yourself and the public, there is a hiring moratorium on now. Any replacement of any position comes forward to ELT, a business case is developed, and we look at it. So it's not as if there's 3 years for us to wait for the study to be done. The 3rd year is the implementation. But I think we've seen in the past where this organization did do things in a very quick manner and were not successful. So we're trying to make sure that we're being very strategic. I'd like to think of it as a jigsaw puzzle. There's many things that we need to get done so we can give council better information. One of them is that we don't have a list of all the services that we provide. We're in the process of working on that. We're in the process of doing a compensation philosophy. We were behind. So to catch up, all these pieces fit in together. So I just wanted some clarity on that. Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan?
Thanks, and through the chair, if I may just make a quick comment. I completely support the 3-year plan to right-size the organization, but my emphasis is this is a small ask, and I know it's been very complicated. It's been, I guess, portrayed as being extremely complicated, and like I said, you know, all of the things that could happen. But if we financially fit and was much different, $1 million out of the police budget alone, and that's every budget probably across the city. So I'm not comparing it to financially fit, but I'm saying that $1.7 million in that large budget, in that large amount of spending, could be shrank back to keep our citizens happy. That's all I'm saying, and I'm not criticizing the 3-year plan in any way.
Councillor Sharps?
Thank you. It's not going to be good to go after Andy, but there it goes. I have a few points that I have some questions on and some thoughts on. So one of the things, as I read through my package, and a couple of things I have to read a couple of times. So I think one of the things that stick out to me is on page 234 of the package is our budget commitments. And it really does hit home, because the very first one says, address community needs and ensure excellent service. Our foremost obligation is to our community. We must prioritize initiatives that address the pressing needs of our residents, uphold a standard of excellence in the services we deliver. The second one is balance affordability with the need to invest in the city infrastructure. And the third one is ensure financial sustainability of our municipality. Our financial health without reliance on our energy business unit is essential for our long-term viability. We must be committed to reducing our reliance on these volatile revenues. Out of all of them, it was the first one. Our foremost obligation is to our community. We must prioritize the initiatives that address the pressing needs of our residents. So as I go through this, I had sent an email last week, and I appreciate administration answering all the emails, and you know, there was lots of them, and I appreciate we've been a pain, and I get it, but this is a very important decision. So one of the emails I sent, and it's very simplistic. My question was, if I took this binder and shredded it, what does that change the risk percentage rate? So if we're currently at 5.6 and we shred this binder, and then I cornered two of the managing directors to educate me, I said, explain what comes off. And the answer was nothing comes off. And I struggle with that. And I'm being very honest, I struggle with that. So there's no facilities of the future in here. There's no pools, there's no rec centers. This is all things that are not, and I'm not saying they're not good. I just have some concerns with some of them. And I'm also not a believer in 0%. I think 0% is incredibly irresponsible, other than COVID. Sorry, I'll just put that out to the past council. That's not a dig. But it is not responsible. It would be abhorrent of this council to even look at something like that. But Red Deer just passed, I think, or Red Deer passed a high one, but Calgary just points 3.9. Lethbridge is 3.9. We are in that mark. We are so fortunate to have our energy division to use, and I understand that we shouldn't be using that, and I'm not saying that we should, but if we can pull all this out of reserves, I guess if for me, I'm not a great adult, so I always say to myself, should I pay my visa or should I do this? And this to me is putting money on our visa. So when we don't have the cash flow, so I don't know why we're doing it. So that the argument has been, but we're not losing any money. But if we're losing our interest, we are losing money. So if we could take even, to Councillor McGogan's point, if 1% is 800,000, then we should be able to take 1 million or 1.6 million out and clear that right up to 3.9% or 4%. So then, if we're not, and we're gonna run all these, my question is, well, why wouldn't we lower the tax rate for our community? Again, it's not a lot. And I feel like some people are thinking, well, why are you digging your heels in? And we need this growth. I would agree that we need growth, but we need growth such as, like, you know, if this contained that facility, if it contained the things that people have been asking us for, I would be more supportive of it. One of the questions I had, a comment, I'll tell you this. So I've never been shy on how I feel about the compost, and it's not personal. I think you all realize that it's not personal. It's just $9.5 million, so it frustrates me. But as I lead and I read that 9.5 million, and I realize that it's also not allocated, but synchronized with an ask of 1.5 million for the landfill, this is where my concern comes in. So the ask is actually 1.5 million for the landfill, but it's not till 2026, which is not even next year, it's the year after, and that is only for engineering. And then it's 8.5 million for construction. And that is not in this budget. So I feel like I'm setting up the next council to have no choice but to do that, because this council spent $1.5 million. We have airspace with everything going against us, we have airspace till 2039. And if this is right, it takes 2 years to build, I don't see why I would commit to $8.5 million for a future council. So those are the things I'm struggling with. And whether it comes out of reserves or it comes out of wherever it comes out of, I can't justify the 5.6 when I see this. So I will tell you that I will support Councillor McGrogan's motion. I feel like and again, I will say that I think the process that we used this time, I think was good in terms of administration being able to tell us how you got to your decisions, and I think that was really good. I don't think it gave council, the deciding party, the opportunity to talk amongst ourselves, to itemize the list, to debate what's important to us, to our community, what we're hearing from our citizens, and that I don't know that we had that opportunity. So that's not a dig, it's an observation, and it's just some feedback. So that is all I have for now.
Before I go to Councillor Robbins, can we get clarity? I know Councillor McGrogan brought up the 800 equals 1% tax increase. So 1.7, yes, I will, 1.7% tax increase under that logic would be, if it's coming not from reserves, would be 1.36 million. So go ahead, comment on that.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Councillor McGrogan. And just to clarify some of the numbers, just so that council is aligned with what the challenge is of the motion. Councillor McGrogan, yes, back in 2024, it was 800,000. Because the taxes have increased since that time, we're talking approximately $950,000. So every 1% in taxes raised is the equivalent of $950,000 of revenue. So just a slight difference, Councillor McGrogan, in what you had said. I will also say, because we're dealing with 2 years, 25 and 26, you need to account for both years. So it's not just 1 year of a 1.7% tax increase. You need to do that twice. So our numbers, because we had a heads up, Councillor McGrogan, about the challenge, is approximately we need to reduce $3.5 million of operating expenses over a 2-year period. So that's a roughly 1.7% tax decrease in 2025 times what the factor is of 950,000, and then the same in 2026. So when you add that together, plus the cumulative effect, it's about $3.5 million. Okay. I will also add, when you look at some of the areas where we've included budget, and I will, for example, point out to the operating initiatives that we had presented to council. So those operating initiatives, some of them are ongoing year over year, are intended to advance council's strategic plan. And I'll just list some of them because that is about $2 million over 2 years. So when you look at the target of 3.5 million, this would be 200 of that. But I'll just lay out some of the bigger ones just so council has an idea of sort of what the impact could be. And it could be to services, it could be to risk for the organization and so forth.
Can I just so that we're maintaining clarity, the 9.5 million for the landfill is not coming out of the operating budget, the tax supported, it's coming out of our reserves. So that, even if we got rid of that, it doesn't impact the 3.5 million you're talking about?
Correct, because it's not being funded through operating working capital.
Go on, sorry, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, so some of the areas included in the operating initiatives would be related to risk and on cybersecurity, for example. We have a ongoing project through IT related to enhancing our posture with cybersecurity, as well as having some redundancy around our major metering system with respect to utilities in terms of personnel and retirements and so forth. Air service and commercial attraction and retention, there's about 100,000 in 25, 100,000 in 26. There's a few items in airport related to safety, security, operations and so forth. We have the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee update, about 150 per year, 115 25, 115 26. On the police side, downtown patrol unit, community liaison officers, school resource officer, that is about 370 per year for 25 and 380 for 2026. Community development, community vibrancy grant funding, community well-being plan, regular transit service adjustment, special transit adjustment. That's about 420,000 in 25 and 780 in 2026. We have health and wellness program and trail cracking sealing, which is the last one. So if you add all of that up together over a 2-year period, that's about $2 million. So the target of 3.5, that would potentially be 2 million of it. The other one would need to come from reduction in how we spend our operating, so a direct reduction in operations. And that may have to be defined in terms of what the impact would be. Could be services, could be, there could be impacts on risk and so forth. So just to get the numbers so that we're all talking the same numbers, those are, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will not be supporting Councillor McGrogan's motion. I appreciate and I respect Councillor McGrogan greatly. I don't think this is the right thing to do, so I will not be supporting it, and I have 5 hopefully brief things to say about it. First, I note that this council, as we sat here around this horseshoe, voted to spend money that sometimes city staff did not suggest that we spend. and at a certain point, that has to be paid. So things like the Moose reopening, the Crestwood reopening, the curling rink funds that were provided, extra money to library for security, the Halo funding, and lest we forget the $33 million of cost pressure relief that we voted on. That's all considerable amounts of money that are the $33 million no longer in the city savings accounts to earn interest. So 1.6%, I think, is a small price to pay for the decisions that we made along the way. When I talk to people, and I must be talking to different people than everybody else, I talk to a lot of parents and I sit in a lot of rinks, and everyone knows that things cost more. We talk about that. If fuel for my vehicle costs more, fuel for the city vehicles costs more. And citizens are aware that that sometimes happens, and it's not what we want, but it's what we need to sort of cope with. I will also say that I have zero problem being unpopular either with my council colleagues or with the citizens of Medicine Hat, but I don't want to burden any future council with a massive tax increase because we weren't willing to move things along gradually and slowly. And I think 1.6 is very, we thought it was going to be 4. We've heard all the reasons why it's more than that. I do have some confidence that the work that's being done to figure out how many people the city really needs to do the services and what services we do is going to lead to cost savings down the road. But that work has yet to be done, and I think it's a bit in the shot in the dark to say we can do something different at this point. The other concern I have about cutting costs arbitrarily is that always affects the most vulnerable, even in some of the things Managing Director Eggert were talking about. And we just heard very recently in a tour of the food bank that 4,000 people use it. When we make changes to programs that affect 4,000 and more vulnerable people in Medicine Hat, they're always the first on the cut list because you have to have certain things in the city and other things are nice to have in a nice city. And I could see those being cut when it's an arbitrary number. And finally, I do note that we did hear the results of our survey within the city, and I wrote it down actually because I thought, what did people say about taxes or decreasing services? And they did have something to say about it. So this is our public survey. It's available online, page 30 specifically. 38% versus 44. So 38% didn't want to increase taxes. 44% didn't want to cut services, or maybe it's the other way around. The point is that neither of these numbers make a majority. I don't hear in those numbers in our survey, which is data that we collected for this purpose, and people saying you cannot increase the taxes. It's not like it's even 50%. People are sort of, if we could reduce services, if we can reduce taxes, it's sort of neutral, those numbers. Interestingly enough, in 2022, there was a slight difference, but still, even then, not a majority. So I don't think we can say, as a council, and I think it's hubris to say that the majority of our citizens, or most of our citizens, or all of our citizens want to reduce taxes and they don't care what happens to services. We hear that it's about half and half. And so what we need to do is start by saying, what are the services we provide, and is there an easier, better way to provide them? How many people work for the city to provide those services, and is there a more efficient way of doing those things to reduce money? It would be, in my ideal world, if any success can come out of this council, it would be to set up the next council to know what services are provided and how many people it takes, so then they could say, with some data behind it, we can do that for 4%, we can do that for 5.6%, we can do that for 2%. But right now, we don't know that. And I feel like this is an arbitrary number, and I can't support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps, I'm going to just do the first time clarifying. Okay, go ahead.
If that's okay, just a Managing Director Eager, the one question, sorry, you said 1% is 950,000, is that correct? Okay, so then over 2 years, that's 1.9 million? But you had said 3.9 million.
It's a factor of 1.7, which is.
Factor of 1.7, thank you, I missed that.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Through the chair, thank you. Good conversation. I have to admit, having sat through a few of these over the years, I'm quite surprised by some of the conversation tonight. Not to sound certainly in defense of staff who have brought the budget before us, but I'm surprised with the sequencing of budget meetings that we had, 20 some hours. I don't know, we keep adding hours to it, but if we add tonight's, it'll be even longer. I've never seen a deliberation, a breakdown, a surgical understanding of each department as I've seen in this current budget. For the sake of council and their opportunity to ask questions, to extend to staff questions around what certain cuts might mean or additions might mean for that matter, and for the public at large who have over time demanded a greater understanding, an opportunity to be educated, to understand where their dollars go. To Councillor Robbins' point, I know at the turn of this council, there were a lot of council conversations around evidence-based decision-making. The data before us in its configurations, the survey results clearly indicate that service levels and quality of life indicators mean something to the vast majority of our citizenry. That is evidence-based decision-making. I feel like many of the comments are quite damning of staff, quite frankly, which is of concern to me. As our senior staff have tried to shepherd us through this budget process, they have clearly articulated areas where cuts were being made, where deferrals were prudent. In some cases, in many cases, cancellations, millions of dollars worth of cuts and cancellations to derive where we're at. Growth opportunities, which are an easy target by nature of their title, but have immediate and long-term value and implications that, if not put forward or not looked at and activated, put us in a worse situation in the future. They also looked at, in some cases, increased borrowing or budget considerations where we minimize loss in our investment returns, but at the same time, utilizing some of the rewards of our public utility, which we keep referring to. They are part of this budget process. Closing the gap has been stretched out yet again, and I worry and certainly would imagine that an additional cut or a challenge to that effect would exacerbate that timeline, which again is, if we're thinking about this immediate council, we're not trying to fetter next council. In essence, we are complicating things for them. I take some exception to the 0% that we gave during COVID. I sat around here. The majority of municipalities in the province did the very same. The tensions tonight are palpable, but are nothing in comparison to the tensions we were facing during COVID and the grave uncertainty that this organization and humanity was facing. We made the right decisions at the time. Certainly, they have impacted our situation today, but we have a decision to make tonight. And for me, risking some of the items, as it appears to be nominal decrease, have significant impacts to everything I've said, plus some of the things that have been outlined, and I will outline again. Cybersecurity risks, which to the average citizen, perhaps, I don't want to assume, is insignificant, but could have and will have significant ramifications if we do not tighten those areas up. People have all been, during this Christmas season, hit by fraudulent situations. Municipalities are the target of sinister groups like no other, and so we have to do our part there. Air service retention and security improvements at the airport are paramount. And again, unless we go there, they're lost to us. police service. I'm gonna focus on that because it was part of the conversation tonight, and it's an easy target. I know in the years past when revenue from photo radar, which has been topical, came directly into the service, there was a commensurate opportunity if we were off budget to adjust photo radar to meet those gaps. Not to suggest that that was the intended outcome, but it was a lever that was available. But to remove the perception that the service was able to do that, we underwent a public town hall, and as a consequence, those monies were moved over to the city, but the police budgets were maintained as whole at that point. I am not prepared with these cuts to remove the likes of 2 downtown patrols. The number one, speaking of evidence-based decision-making, the number one by a mile concern for this broad community is downtown security. This is our, not the police services, our response to improving that and creating security for not only the people who visit downtown or work downtown, but for the community at large. An SRO, again, has, as simplistic as it is, as a one personnel, but it has long-term implications to the school systems who work hard to build the citizens of tomorrow through the relationships they build with these SROs, et cetera. Transit adjustments, et cetera. So albeit being portrayed as a nominal decrease, it has significant, wide impacts that I am not prepared to support, and I implore council to reject wholeheartedly.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. So I'm not in support of the premise, or I'm not in support of this motion based on the premise that it's December 16th and the MGA requires we have the budget passed by January 1st. Whether we have got what we needed in our 30+ hours of meetings prior to today's date, I feel like asking for it now is a bit too late. We have an obligation to lead in every council meeting we have, and I feel like this is not a timely request. Additionally, I believe leadership is something that should be proactive rather than reactive, and I'm sad to say that this council has been extremely reactive and not visionary in any way. I own that I'm part of this group, but feel disappointed in this reality. Regarding a tax decrease, we have an obligation to provide services to our community. Our city manager has shared her commitment to a workforce strategy where we will likely see some reductions in some regard. I'm far more comfortable having a clear vision early on and sticking to it. For example, focusing on our strategic plan revision and holding our city manager to those goals than a random and last-minute desire to cut. In regards to the composting facility, this has been a hot topic over the last couple of weeks. I hope to see that we trial a test year working with Redcliffe rather than a new $1 million build. However, I see that there's likely room to make this motion in early 2025 rather than tonight because I'm unwilling to hold off passing this budget for that one particular line item. I believe that we as leaders can come together for further direction about this particular line item, even if we pass the budget tonight. We have the authority to do so. In summary, I prefer to be proactive rather than reactive and hope that we can stick to our clear vision rather than a muddled reactive approach, which is what I feel this motion represents.
Okay, Councillor Hirsch.
Is it the intention to kind of have the debate right now, or like I know it seems like we're going into?
We're debating the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. So I guess for the most part, I'll do a little history and then go into the future. But and it's funny. Over my time, I've been branded a fiscal hawk, and whether that's accurate or not, I think I do pay attention to the numbers. I do and am considerate as well of balancing the social needs and what we expect as Hatters in terms of service delivery. And as a banker, you're always told, never, when you hand out grandma's money, make sure you do it dutifully. So I always think about that, even as a counselor, and that's kind of what drives my mental thought. The history lesson is that I believe the city has stepped up during the crisis. We had the pandemic. We were at 0% in 2020, 0% in 2021. The ask was 4% at the time, which went down to 2.5% in 2022. 33.2 million in cost pressure relief in 2023, plus financially fit, which was the expense control, coupled with now a manpower review in terms of expense control. $21.7 million from 2019 to 2024 for so supporting nonprofits in our communities and organizations. Plus, on top of that, now we're considering a bucket from which would be a standing allocation of dollars for our nonprofits. So and that's another discussion for another day. But I guess the premise is we're being asked more and more and more and more, and we need prudent decision-making. Another example, major increases to assets. Did you know that a fire truck costs more than 60% since 2019? Less government support. The provincial government right now, when they used to give us a certain allotment of money through, sorry, I'm going old school, but now it's called GPOT. Thank you. So that used to be a fixed amount of money that we could rely on. Now, and I guess tip my cap from a financial aspect to the province of Alberta, they're actually adjusting what we get as municipalities based on the success of their revenue streams at the provincial level, which again, from a financial management aspect, good for them, because if you only made $10 and you're giving out 20, that doesn't last very long. So I appreciate that, but it does put the citizen or our city in a bit of a bind when it comes to financial management. Net zero ask by 2035 by our federal government is something we need to respond to. A lot of times I'm in wherever shopping or wherever, and I get it all the time saying, what are you thinking? You're spending all this money, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is we haven't spent anything. In fact, that's why we did this review. And we are trying to figure out a path forward. And whatever that path looks like, it is going to be expensive. Projections of our own utility. We went through a time where utility costs were very high, and commensurate with that, we had some very good profits for a couple of years. That is extraordinarily not going to happen. That is something that we all know and can explain, that the supply groups that had it were shuttered. They had to reimagine themselves, and now they've come on stream, and the projections are that we're gonna have low utilities for a very long time. So that means our reliance on our profits are just not gonna be there. So facilities of the future, quite frankly, has not even been considered in this budget, to which we know that we need a rec center on the south end. We look at older facilities as we speak. We had to, which I didn't support, but we had to look at doing things at the Moose and Crestwood Rec, even though it's long dated, those buildings, and they need just massive rehab, or in fact being tore down, and look for something in the future. So that's not even being considered in this budget. And I think, again, if we were to insert that, the ask would be even more daunting. You know, we all live in a society right now where all we see is headwinds. Regulatory, the environment, carbon tax, political decision-making that affects us now even ever in terms of my life, never seen so much impact to your finances and to, in fact, maybe your way of life. But again, these demands have just not been helpful in terms of us as a municipality trying to formulate a budget. And I guess when I look at the totality of where we've been in terms of responding to our community when they needed it the most, but I balance that to the needs of our city. In fact, I can look to people in the eye in terms of talking about expense control. Been there, done that, led the charge. I think what we're trying to do, and again, I thank the city manager in terms of looking at, the manpower review and looking at what ways can we always be efficient in our service delivery, knowing that our manpower quotient on our budget is, what would you say, 2/3? It's got to be 60-some%. It's a big number, so I think it's important. That being said, you can do it respectfully. We do have employee turnover via retirement and otherwise. We've got vacancy in terms of some of the positions that can be reallocated, and I think we can get there. But with that, I just, in the totality of the review, where we've been, where we're at today, I just have to support the budget in terms of where it's at right now. Thank you.
Councillor Hyder?
Thank you, and through the chair. I've never really written out a bunch of stuff like Councillor Hirsch before to talk, but this is a very important day. We once were a very well-off organization. I hear that more than anything in growing up here, and I heard that from my father, my grandfather. I hear that from lots of people within my life. We were fiscally responsible, but we had money coming in with our oil and gas. Things were different. Things were definitely different. But now we're in a different climate. We're in different times, and we're in a different financial situation. Through this term, Councillor McGogan and I have had many conversations, most of which I have reached out to Andy for guidance and support. And I'm saying that publicly. Councillor McGogan is my colleague, and he's a person who I look up to. However, my concerns are very true. If we do not increase the tax base, what will we leave for our future council? We know we have been told that there will be big items to come. In the future, the one that is concerning me is the facilities of all our amenities for our future generation. Like Councillor Hirsch has talked about, facilities for the future. It is a huge undertaking, and I can't imagine the cost that will be, but it is needed for our community. That being said, I do see all the points that Councillor McGogan has brought forth. This decision has pulled on my heart, and our country is in a financial turmoil. I have huge empathy and complete understanding for citizens in our community who are currently struggling. But the city has needs too. And the needs have to be done, and the needs have to be met. It is a hard decision for me today, as you can see, and I will be supporting the budget with things that I still have questions about. Of course, one being the compost that seems to be on everyone's mind. I appreciate this conversation at the table, and those are my words.
Thank you. I would just add, I don't want to speak for Councillor McGrogan, but when someone makes a motion, I don't think that it's personal if you don't agree with it. It's just, it's here for discussion, so hopefully no one's having hurt feelings. Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Just a couple of things. I just had some questions about process, actually. So we will vote on this motion, and then will we be going to the previous amended motion that Councillor Dumanowski had, and then to the main motion of the budget? I just wanted to clarify before I make any comments, because I do want to make general comments about the budget, and I will hold those until that time.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure Councillor Dumanowski's amendment was to the main budget
Yes,
motion.
it was,
So
yeah.
it will just be,
It will just have to be voted on?
yeah,
Okay.
depending on, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will hold the rest of my comments till that time. Thank you.
Counselor Sharps.
Sorry, just a really quick comment. I just want to respond to a few people because there were some comments. So reduction of service, I actually never said that instead of reduction of expenses. So in my mind never once went to let's slaughter our services. It was how do we get more expenses? How do we lower that? And I'm not saying that not one of us have the answers, but cumulatively we do. And I will say, I never took exception to this conversation until I heard in deference of staff, and I have to tell you, I didn't take this personally, nor was any of my comments personally. So if any of you are offended during a budget conversation, this is our roles. Like, I am shocked that anyone around this horseshoe would think that because I don't love the compost facility, and I think that we should try to save 9.5 million and do it with Red Cliff and Cypress County, that I have any issues with Director Garland. I have zero. And I cannot believe I would have to say that to this council. So in deference of staff, because we have a disagreement on the budget, that is not entirely fair. And as far as not passing the budget tonight, the budget will be passed. It's just a matter of what it passes at. So at no point was this irresponsible to bring up a 3.9. That is exactly our role. It would be remiss of us to say, oh, it's December 16th, guess we're not going to do that. I have asked all these questions throughout the process. I wasn't satisfied with the answers. My job is to absolutely dig to find those answers. As I walk down 2nd and 3rd Street and business owners stop me and say, what is my taxes going to look like next year? What are my utility rates going to be? I don't know if I can do 5,000 and an additional 5,000. So we talk about downtown security. We're not going to have to worry about it if we are always going after the businesses. So 1.6 doesn't seem like a lot to some people, but it is to some. So every percentage that I can save, I will do. So, and it's not just, I expect administration to do it, I expect us to do it. So if council or administration has a way of saving and saying, hey, we could do this differently, we don't have to do standing committees as often, or we can save money doing this, I expect them to bring that forward to council and see what we can do differently. It isn't all about, this is our decision. So if there's hard feelings, I would ask that everyone just check themselves and realize this is our job. And there is no personal, I actually quite like Director Garland, but I don't love the facility that he's proposing. One has nothing to do with the other.
Councillor McRogan.
Thank you. And through the chair, I promise to be shorter than Councillor Sharps, although we seem to be the last two standing. I want to be clear about a couple of things. One is, I really appreciate the conversation, as always, when there's a motion on the floor. I'm offended by none of it, and thank you, Cassie, for your comments. I don't take it personally. And on the other hand, I want to make sure, to Councillor Dubanowski's point about the zeros and a bit of an offense, I did mention it in my words, but it wasn't meant to be offensive in any way, and I completely understand why it happened. Secondly, I want to say that if staff are offended by what I had to say, that's unfortunate, and I hope it's not so. But I agree with Councillor Sharps. It's my right to say, hey, is there a way we can carve some expenses? Can we look at our navel and pull some fuzz out here? And that's really all, that's my whole intent of this motion. And I still believe that we could, but I can see that, well, I know that it's going to be defeated, but thank you all for your thoughtful words, and I respect and appreciate them.
I have a few comments. Could we get the motion back up on the screen? I too felt that the increase in meetings and meeting time did not leave me with a better understanding of the budget, in part because, and I feel like I asked my questions early, I asked them often, and I still don't see the answers to them in any of the materials. So I'm not sure on what basis I would support a budget when the information I've asked for has not been provided, whilst others have. My concern, especially with this particular, the wording of this budget, or this motion, is that to apply a universal percentage decrease to each department is probably inequitable, because just from what I can glean from the numbers that we have, it seems that there has been the increase or substantial increase in some areas, while other areas have remained tight. And there's also priority areas like downtown patrol that, you know, probably will have an overall like visible benefit to our community. So I wouldn't want to see it be across the board, just asking people to, like everyone to come up with a percentage. Similarly, like everyone has to reduce their staff when I think it's probably there's been increases in certain departments over other ones who are still operating very tight under the accelerated financially fit exercise that went on under the previous council. But I can't say for sure what those numbers are or how to, you know, evaluate those notions, because I have not been provided with the information. So on the basis that it's supposed to be uniform, like everybody contributes, like every department contributes the same percentage, I'm not comfortable with that piece. Oh, I thought that you did say.
Yeah,
that-
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, just for clarity, there's no intent, I wasn't suggesting that every department, you know, take a cut. I'm just saying that everybody have a look. So there's a big difference, and I totally agree with you that it could be pieces here and could be more in some areas and less in others. I have no issues with that.
And just on procedure, Councillor McGrogan, to Councillor Canoto's point about it being, you know, we have to have a budget passed by January 1st. How would you see this motion playing out?
It doesn't matter. So generally, I was under the impression that we could do it as we did the last time, where we put a temporary budget in place, but apparently the MGA, I found out tonight, has been changed, and that's not possible. So it's irrelevant.
Councillor Sharps?
May I just ask a question regarding that? And it doesn't look like we have 5 votes anyways. However, let's just say it was 3.9. Could it be 3.9 or under 4 until March 1st, until council has a chance to go through these?
Well, we have to approve a budget. So we're not just approving, in fact, right now, we're not even approving a tax rate. We'll approve the tax rate
Correct, you're right.
next
Yeah,
year.
good point, yeah.
So it's
So
just.
that's a no.
Yeah. City Manager, Managing Director Egert, do you have any additional comments on that response?
No.
Okay. So that it would result in an additional meeting, I would suggest, or we could amend our budget. We can pass this budget and then look to amend it whenever we want in the next year. That's certainly a possibility as well. It's not great for planning, but we amend our budget all the time, and so that's something we could consider.
Because I guess that was my point. I would rather amend it to the lower now and give the money later than lower, do higher now and then say, psych, we're taking it back. I think that's harder to make plans, but that's just me.
Fair point. Just in terms of the budget, we would have to actually show where a percentage decrease would be going. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, just cautionary of prolonging this a bit too. I think it's really, as Mayor Clark has said, about planning and about us being able to move our work forward, council strategic plan forward. So I'm not saying make sure we do it. I'm just saying we've been through a lot of conversation, a lot of budget, and we're looking forward to some clear direction.
Yes, well, as I said, there have been questions asked that have not been answered, so that clarity, I guess, goes both ways. I don't see any further questions on or comments on this particular motion. Does anyone want to make an amendment to the motion? No? All right, we will, can you just leave it up one more time so that I can read it out? Just the therefore part is fine. There we go. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council directs the city administration to reduce the requested tax rate increase from 5.6% to less than 4% for all departments, including the police service. That's where I got that thing. Further, that administration reconsider new growth opportunities, which include studies, multiple engagements, and external consultants and partnerships and efficiencies related to the proposed 9.5 million composting project as sources for potential reductions. Further, that the city return with a revised budget that does not consider further withdrawals from the endowment fund reserves to counter the reduction in tax increases and identifies clearly to City Council where adjustments were made to the initial proposed budget in order to achieve the reduction to the requested tax rate increase from 5.6% to less than 4%. All right. We will.
Point of order, Madam Chair. So just some clarification, and maybe the city clerk can assist. If this passes, or in fact, the other option would be if it gets defeated, I am consideration, and I still want consideration of removing the food composting project. So does this become problematic that this is determined already? I just want to clarify.
I would suggest that this is a very specific motion
it
to
is.
that, and it contains all three. We haven't had a motion to separate them out.
Right.
But I also believe that Councillor Van Dyke has a motion to make that really properly should be made before we deal with the budget motion, the main budget motion, even though it is last in, first out.
That's the one initially that Councilor Robbins made,
No, and a new one.
or the new one.
So Councillor Van Dyke has a motion specific to the food waste program, which needs to be dealt with before we deal with the major budget, the budget as a whole.
I just wanted clarification that that's going to be still something on the table. So I kind of knew the answer, but just for clarification, thanks.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, through the chair. And to the mayor's point, there's still some questions outstanding that we would like Aaron to come and answer, specifically with regards to mayor's questions about PEPs and a few other items that we were going to give a verbal update on.
Would have been helpful to have that before this meeting, as the other information was provided before as well. So we'll vote on this motion. Okay, so that does not pass. Yep. And Councillor Dumanowski, your motion regarding Halo was a standalone motion or an amendment to the broader motion?
I was going to ask for a point of clarification. I do note the motion, in essence, is problematic because it's written in a negative form. It's basically saying not to do something. And typically, it's supposed to be affirmative, and then it's either defeated or supported. In my opinion, and certainly my request was that Halo be funded, not deferred, and then this, that perhaps prudent to separate that question from formal framework to be developed for all incoming not-for-profits thereafter. To me, they're two separate motions because it is possible that HALO's request could or could not be supported, but a formal review for all incoming not-for-profit requests be reviewed. To me, that those are separate, but I certainly didn't ask for, my motion or my request was certainly not to defer a request. It was in the affirmative to fund them.
Yes, I agree. So the original motion that you made was that council directs administration to include HALO in the 2025-2026 budget deliberations for funding from the operating reserves at the cost of $250,000 per year for 2 years. And that was seconded by Councillor Knodel. So that is on the floor now unless you wish to withdraw it. Nope, okay. Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, thank you. So I, through the chair, I have a question regarding, again, process. So if we were to just take this at face value and vote against it, because we would prefer a methodology for this to go through a process, by voting against it, are we then, does this fall under that rule where it can't come back for 6 months? So they could not come back and request to the city for funding for 6 months? Because I would hope that maybe Councillor Dumanowski would amend his motion then, if that were the case.
It can come back with 2/3 majority. But are you interested in, like, what would you suggest as an amendment that you could also make if you like?
Sorry, I don't have the words exactly, but I would like to have this come through a process and then have a recommendation after a process from administration. I think it would have a better chance of passing if we knew that it was facing the same qualifications, if we had better parameters around the request, I guess. Like Councillor Hirsch has stated, we're getting a lot of requests from organizations in the community, and we're making amendments all the time for funding, but it would be better if we had a more formalized process that it was going through. It would give me personally a lot more comfort in making that decision.
Councillor Dumanowski?
Yeah, through the chair, I appreciate those comments, and certainly after tonight's conversation, part of me wants to acquiesce and pull back temporarily, but I feel regardless of the outcome of the vote, there is an opportunity certainly for it to, if it's defeated, for the conversation to be pursued, and with, as I understand the procedural bylaw, with 2/3 of council's agreement, we can waive that 6-month period, in which case it could come back in short order.
Do you wish to propose an amendment? Okay. Yep, we'll get the motion up on the screen. There it is. The motion on the floor is that council directs administration to include HALO in the 2025-2026 budget deliberations for funding from the operating reserves at the cost of $250,000 per year for 2 years. Any debate on that? Councillor Sharps?
I know that's shocking to everyone, but I 100% support HALO, 100%. What I don't support is favoritism for our community. HALO provides incredible service regionally. So does the Medicine Hat Women's Shelter. So does the Food Bank. So does a lot of different groups out there. So I would like to see administration draw a policy that includes operational and capital costs and have it ready for council. But to single out one organization it doesn't sit well with me at all. I mean, we're picking and choosing, and that's not right. The Women's Shelter Director was here and also gave us a pitch, and I did not jump in and give a notice of motion because we have a process. So I would expect that process to be fulsome from administration in terms of, I think a motion was passed that administration look at all capital funding. And I'm suggesting maybe that needs to be capital and operational. If we're gonna do it, let's do it. Because the people that are coming for money, it's now verbiage if it's at capital or operational. If they know we're gonna give operational, they'll slide their need into it. So, but I don't think anybody should have to be savvy in front of us to decide how to ask for money. Their ask should be their ask, they're part of our community. And if we choose to say no, we choose to say no. That's irrelevant, but I want it to be fair and equitable. So I will not support this motion as it stands unless we're directing it back to administration for a more wholesome approach.
Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. I'm also not going to support the motion. I think that there's other options available that we haven't really quite considered fully yet, whether an operational grant or providing matching funds for donations. So if there's a drive within the community for donations, that the city might match it, or the city might make a contribution to their investment fund so that they can also build their own interest. I think there's lots of options here to support a variety of different groups in a way that works for the city and works for the citizens and of course the taxpayers. So I'm not going to support this because I think that we can be more creative, and I would like to see what further discussions with interested groups who may apply for funding where that might lead us. We've been able to tour some of these facilities, including the Root Cellar recently and the Women's Shelter recently, and I would just like to put them all on the same rubric so that when they apply, we score and we balance out the value for the whole of the community. And so I support HALO. I'm not going to support this, but I think we can come up with other ideas and some creative ideas that may lead us to a good place.
Councillor McGrogan?
Thank you. This, I heard in the last debate, I won't mention what it was, that, we're probably going to give a 5.6% tax increase to our taxpayers. I heard that there's a lot of requests that we kind of added on through the year that created apparently the dilemma we're in. So I actually think this is no different. So either it's included in the budget, as, we've already done this. I do not like a bunch of budget amendments through the year. And some of the ones that were mentioned last year, I didn't support. Most I did. But to now bring this up as new money on a budget that we're already wrestling about how tight it may or may not be, again, as much as I support HALO, I can't support this amendment without looking at the totality of all of the asks we have coming. The Stampede Board has been before us like 3 or 4 times, and we haven't dealt with that yet. I don't know where it's going, and for many reasons, and some of it is their fault or their responsibility, I'll say. But we do have a lot of people coming to us looking for money. HALO is a wonderful thing to support. I live near the airport, and I see how often that they're coming in and out, and I know its value. The other side of this is when we support the provincial government, where are they? Are they living up to their responsibilities? Are we making it easier for the provincial government to not fund to the level that is expected? So for a few reasons, I'd like to see how this policy washes out as well, and what kind of support we end up giving them. So I'm not prepared to support this motion.
All right. Seeing no further speakers, we will vote on the motion. And that is defeated. So before we move on to the main budget motion, Counselor Van Dyke has a motion.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So in conversation with other municipalities and councillors and hearing from the community, I've heard that the food waste compost facility seems to be a sticking point for many. And I am in support of this project. I don't want any confusion on that. But in order to move forward the budget process and not get hung up on this, and in order to give clarity and comfort to all of council, I would like to propose that this item be pulled from the budget at this time, that due diligence be done in looking at collaboration or partnership with our regional partners through the intermunicipal committee, and that a comprehensive report with resulting recommendations be brought to council with a potential budget amendment if needed by the end of Q2 2025.
Does Stephanie have your,
I will send it to her right now.
okay. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Can I request that while the city clerk gets that typed up, we have a break or? And that will give, if anyone else has any motions, please do provide them to staff during that time.
Do you need one of us to make that
I
motion
do.
to adjourn? I'll make
To recess.
I'll
yeah.
make a motion to recess.
Second.
Until 8:50. Is that good?
I think 10 minutes. Can we have 10 minutes?
8:55 is my motion.
Thank you. Seconder? Okay. And no one objects? Okay. We'll recess. All right, we will reconvene. So if we can have Councillor Van Dyke's motion put up on the screen. Thank you. So the motion reads, council removes the food waste compost facility from the 2025-2026 capital budget and directs administration to work collaborative.
No.
Just use Control F, Control F.
To collaboratively work with our regional partners through the intermunicipal committee and provide a comprehensive report with recommendations to be brought to council by the end of Q2 2025. It's just missing a 2 in front of the B in the last line. So that is the motion. It has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. I'm going to agree to the motion. I think that the information that I've been provided makes me really understand the benefit to the city. But I know that there's people who have outstanding questions, and I would like to hear the answers to those questions as well. I'm not concerned enough about it that I would have made a motion myself on the issue, because I think I've received enough information that I think that the compost facility is would be a good thing for Medicine Hat. But I think that certainly some questions have arisen, and I'd really like to hear the answers to those. And I do think at the end of the second quarter of 2025, when the report comes back, it's entirely possible that there's a motion for budget amendment at that time to now include this, but I don't feel like I have the questions that other people have creatively and cleverly asked that I haven't asked answered, and I think for my due diligence, I want to hear the answers to those questions. So I'm going to support the motion, but I'm really looking forward to hearing the report in the second quarter to see how those questions are answered.
Councillor Sharps, and just to confirm, you were the seconder on this motion? Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, so I will obviously support this. I also absolutely support the food waste compost facility. I just don't support it where it is at this point. I'm very much a person that likes to think regionally, and I'd like to spend as less money as possible. So if we can use, number one, other people's money, I'm always going to be favoring that. The one in Redcliffe, they received a substantial grant from the provincial government just because they did work in a group together. And I know the study at the time said it probably wasn't good for us, but times have changed, maybe it is. I spent a lot of time, unfortunately, out at the site with Councillor McGrogan and probably learned way more about composting than I needed to. But I learned enough to ask some more questions about some of the needs that we have. So maybe this isn't the end all and be all, but maybe it's a solution for a decade, and we can save some money and we can work as a region and we can get more funding. We all know the province likes to fund things that are regional. And I would, like I said, I'll always take somebody else's money over ours. So I will say I sit on the IMC, so I'm excited about this coming back to the Intermunicipal Committee, because the working group is a group of administration from all 3 regions, and they work together amazingly. They've got such a good balance. They're driven, and they're not going to tell us what we want to hear. They'll tell us what the truth is. So I'm excited, and I think this will be good. And if it comes back saying, no, absolutely no, you need to do your own, then I will buy Mr. Garland a coffee, and hopefully he'll forgive me. But right now, this is what I need to vote for.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, just briefly, through the chair, I to support the food waste compost facility concept. I think through our many-hour budget deliberation, this was probably one of the areas that we did actually have some conversation on, which I'm not surprised that we're asking for additional information or cooperation. So I too will be supporting the deferral. The only when I read provide a comprehensive report, it's not clear to me what that means, but I think through this conversation, we're asking or suggesting there be consideration for regional collaboration, opportunities to explore that and understand it better. I just want to make sure that when we say comprehensive report, we know what we're asking and staff knows what we're asking. So if that is clear to them, I will support the motion.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, and through the chair, we don't make life simple here. I just want to say that. I'm looking at that motion, and what I'm thinking is if we're going to delay this until 2025 and then give the opportunity for that intermunicipal discussion, is there an opportunity to throw this back to D&I committee to discuss other potential options should the partnership not work? Or is there a way to amend this? Like I said, we don't make anything easy here. So what I'm thinking of, that we have this time that we could actually ask some questions, because these new growth opportunities really didn't come before committee, at least this one sure didn't. And I think there would have been some pretty rich conversation around what does it look like that could, I think, make it easier for everybody around this horn to understand, or horseshoe, to understand what exactly it could look like and what it might cost and what are some options that could have been explored. I don't know who could answer that, and if it's not appropriate in this particular motion, I guess you need an amendment to it.
You could amend the motion to include other options.
So I guess, I don't know what the rules are, maybe city manager or somebody, is that a possibility to bring this to standing committee, being it's before council as a new budget item, or is that really kind of out of the scope of standing committees?
So
Curious.
the current motion is to remove it from the budget, and so it certainly could be referred to a committee. City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, if it does get approved that it is removed, it could be referred back to committee, and you could give direction to staff on that.
Thank you. And through the chair, just a clarifier, would that be at another time that we'd make that motion? Or could it be?
You could make an amendment. That would be the best way, so we had some clear direction.
Thank you. Can I make an amendment to the budget?
You can make an amendment to this motion, and then it has to be seconded and voted on.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to this motion that while the report and recommendations are being considered, that the project be taken back to the D&I committee for further exploration and conversation through the process. I guess I'll need a seconder, but we don't see it up, so.
Yeah, we'll just,
Can be.
let's just wait till we get it up, because get the wording up, because I'm not sure. Yeah, we're just looking for clarity here. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I think, just to be clear, because you're asking to work with the regional partners through the intermunicipal committee, so I just want to make sure that we're clear. Is it D&I first and then intermunicipal, or intermunicipal and then D&I? Because there's two separate committees standing, and then, yeah.
So the chair is sitting over to my right, so, but I will just chirp in, because I've been doing it all night.
So
I think they could happen simultaneously. I don't think one is equated to the other.
I would agree with that. Most things, I think, that come to intermunicipal have gone through committee. Like, for example, the facilities for the future, that came through public services, and then it went to the intermunicipal committee, but they should happen more in parallel rather than after the fact. City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you, through the chair. Just because there's already been discussion at D&I, and because the focus, I believe here, that council wants, it's very important to do the regional collaboration. I would just suggest, I do agree, understanding it in parallel. However, I do think the first piece should be the intermunicipal so that we understand if we've got partners on board, and then reporting back through DNI and to council.
Thank you for that clarity.
Can I suggest and council, sorry, and through Development and Infrastructure Committee provide a comprehensive report? But again, this is just a motion to amend that hasn't been seconded yet, so. Yes.
I will second that.
Does that work for you, what is written there? Councillor McGrogan?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Councillor Van Dyke, you had a missing word?
Yeah, I think it should say to provide a comprehensive report with recommendations, but I also had a question for Councillor McGrogan, if I may.
It really should, we don't need to refer it through Development Committee. It just should say, in my view, and so partners through the Intermunicipal Committee and through Development Committee provide a comprehensive report, or provide a comprehensive report through Development and Infrastructure Committee.
Okay.
So the report will come through Development and Infrastructure.
That clear?
Possibly a semicolon after committee, but I'll leave that to the experts. So we have a seconder, and I have Councillor Van Dyke. Okay. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I would like to just quickly make a quick correction, City Manager. This did not come to DNI, the food waste at all. It went to intermunicipal.
Can you please turn your mic on for the recording?
Thank you, through the chair. I do remember it coming to admin and then DNI, but you were away when it came to DNI.
okay.
So it did come to
Okay,
DNI.
my apologies. So I do sit on intermunicipal, and I'm the chair of DNI, so I would be happy to have this back, and we can shepherd this through quickly and expeditiously. I will also say, just for those that do not know, this was in front of intermunicipal, the Reeve Hamilton put it on the agenda last week, and we did have further conversations with the chair of that committee and that whole organization. So it was very, there's lots of talk that there is room to do this collaboratively, and where we can potentially still get some credits, meet our requirements. So there's lots of talk that everybody wants to see what we can do as a region. So it was very positive, it was moving forward. So I believe that if it does come back that it's not feasible, it'll just come back not feasible and we can move forward.
Noticed a lot of chatter over here. Did anyone have a comment they would like to make? No? Okay, well, there was quite a bit of chatter, so. I will now call the question. What? We'll vote on the amendment only. Okay, the amendment passes. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Seeing no speakers, we will vote on the amended motion. And that is unanimous. Councillor Sharps has a motion to make.
I do. Can I speak to it real quick?
Sorry, make your motion, let's get it seconded,
Okay.
and then I'll put it back to you to speak to it.
Sure. Stephanie, would you mind? Because I already forgot what it is. I didn't write it down. So, let me explain here. I'm asking council to remove the growth capital opportunity DI 2025-39, which is the landfill airspace from the 2025-2026 operating budget. May I speak?
Let's
I'll
get a
second
seconder.
that.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Appreciate it, sorry. Yes, it is paid, it's not on the agenda, I'm looking, it is the business cases, yeah, it is page 62 if you have your binders, but apparently not. So what this is the optimization Southeast expansion cell. So again, not opposed to it, it's the details. The details are in the devil here. So the budget year request is not 2025, it's for 2026. And in the first year, the only thing that would be accomplished in 2026 is the engineering and conceptual design, which is $1.5 million in design and in concept. But 2027, the commitment for $8.5 million in construction would come forward. So it's not even next council, it's the second year of the next council. I really don't want to spend $1.5 million to commit them to $8.5 million construction if they choose to do something regionally versus locally. So I think even just asking this to come back in 2025 to be presented to the new council, I think would be very fair and let them make that decision. But I feel like if we go ahead with this, we are literally binding them to $8.5 million that they may not agree to.
All right, any discussion on this motion? Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. I'm not going to agree to the motion. I think that this plan needs to proceed, and the future council will still have the opportunity to say, we don't wish to construct that, but they would at least have the engineering plan to proceed with. And also, this is like, it's just in a different category of growth capital opportunity because it's on the rate-based side. And I think the optimization of landfill airspace is an important project. And I'm afraid that if the plan doesn't start until 2006 or 2007, we might be at some detriment at that point. So I'm going to not support the motion, but I appreciate the thought behind it. But I think that doing this, what you hear all the time, failure to plan is planning to fail. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I think this plan is important. I do appreciate that many other plans were eliminated from this budget upon review, and this one is still here, and I think for a good reason.
Do you have a response?
I just want to provide some clarification. The only reason I suggest this is currently, even at the worst case estimate, this puts the airfill project back, or the airspace back to 2039. So it's not like this, it puts, it's the next two councils that would be kind of hindrance there. So not next council, not even the council after. So that is the only reason I suggested it, because as of right now, we have airspace. If I read this briefing note correctly, we have airspace till 2039.
Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if someone from administration could maybe do a very brief summary of the value of this project for council and the public. Thank you.
Managing Director Bohan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to council. The Director Garland's going to come down if you have any additional questions, so I'll give you a little bit of air cover on this right now. These studies that we complete, we usually do them years in advance. They don't age significantly. We did the same thing for infrastructure related to water and sewer distribution. So we'll put them in essentially in the bank until such time as capital is approved by council to move forward, so that they don't age out unless there's been a significant change to the changes to our Environment and Protection Act. So this money would not commit to anything beyond the study itself, and it would be prepared for at some point in the future when we definitely do need to upgrade our landfill. And I see Director Garland is stepping up to the microphone. He can speak more specifically to when that might be. So Director Garland?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Sorry. Whenever I move that thing, it does that. Just for the logistics of the airspace, so essentially digging the cells at the landfill is essentially like a house. You got to build the basement first. So if we delay this too much longer, we're gonna have to start putting garbage over that basement material, so we wouldn't be able to excavate those cells, so, timelines, we could look at further. We are seeing more, conserved airspace with our new compaction rates that have improved, but we're getting close to that timeline where we'd have to dig that cell in the next number of years in order to essentially get that airspace, which is approximately 15 years of airspace. And couple that with the composting facility, you would get up to 18 years of airspace with this project and a compost facility. So hopefully that helped answer the questions.
Yes, and Councillor Van Dyke has a follow-up.
Yes, please don't go too far. Thank you. Sorry, just a couple of things. If you could just refresh council's memory as well on three things: remediation costs for the landfill, new landfill costs, and how easy is it to find a location and get a license from Alberta Environment and Parks? Thank you.
I'd have to dig through my notes here. Not sure if Managing Director Boyan has those figures at his fingertips, but as far as siting a new landfill, it's extremely challenging. You need the right geology as well. Nobody wants it in their backyard, so that's always the challenge. And the regulatory pieces. For some reason, I'm thinking $90 million is just is something I had, but I don't have that number in front of me.
That's fine. 90 million is what's in my head as well. I just wanted to maybe have the reminder circulating through the room, because I know that the costs to maximize what we have are significantly less than having to start from scratch.
Yeah, and if that figure is accurate, there's also increased operational costs. Right now, we have the benefit of a landfill that's right in our backyard. We might be having to transport that material for hundreds of kilometers if we're lucky.
Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. It's just a further question, Mr. Garland, if you don't mind. So obviously, we're going to need this space eventually. If we put this out so that the next council decides about the study, it doesn't change the fact that we need to keep our dump going, or sorry, our landfill. It seems like you guys are getting picked on tonight. But so what I'm wondering is, if we said, okay, listen, let's defer this to the 2027, how much does that affect, other than maybe the inflation for the construction, how much would it affect your efficiencies at the dump? Is it significant, or is it, where does it fit?
Well, maybe ask Manager Dickey to come down. I know he's more in tune on the financial side of things with this one.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through the chair to Councillor McGrogan. Obviously, time value of money, so if we push things out longer, we have reduced airspace, and obviously the construction costs that Mr. Garland alluded to. Obviously, one of the biggest assets that the utility has is the airspace at the landfill. And so if we can conserve that, that's optimizing that asset and providing value back to the customer and the community.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. I appreciate that comment, and because of my trip out to the dump at Cypress County, I got to see what actually that airspace looks like, and it is a significant amount of work, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps, I'm going to go to Councillor Dumanowski as first-time speaker.
Thank you, through the chair. Just quick backstory. When I first got on council, we talked about the airspace, or landfill airspace remaining. It was 20 to 30 years. If we had left that or had not taken initiatives such as being introduced in the budget, we would be having a very different conversation today. So these are opportunities. These are not binding considerations that fetter a future council. These are opportunities that a future council will be thankful for. So I will not support the motion.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. So just wanted some clarity because I didn't get an answer. So currently 2039 is what the briefing note says. Is that accurate or is it less? is, so with the food waste compost, it's 2054. Without, so current status, 2039,
Yeah, so without the food waste compost or this,
2039.
this landfill airspace cell,
Yeah.
it'd be 2039.
So,
With the airspace from the landfill cell,
Yeah.
would add another 15 years.
yeah,
And with composting on top of that would give approximately another 3 years.
you still might get your composting, you just have to wait, okay? So, but 2039, so this 1.5 and 8.5 that we're not using till 2026, but I don't know why we would build a new landfill. I have to admit that lost me, because we have space till 2039. So I agree that the next council will have to do it, but $1 million or $1.5 million, this is where my hesitation comes in as council. We spend so much money on studies, and 1.5, it's like, yeah, but they'll need it anyways. And I'm not saying defer it to the next council because I have nothing better to do, but defer to the next council because these are their decisions to make, and they may not want to make them. But 1.5 million is almost 2%, like if it was coming out of that budget, but it's not. So, but if it was, it'd be almost 2%. So it's a lot of money, and I just feel like we don't look at money in as serious as we should sometimes. So 2039, I've never heard that we need to build a new landfill. But the number is 2039 if we do status quo, correct? Thank you, Jamie, appreciate it.
So on that, I think the key question, Mr. Garland, is what is the potential harm of deferring this to a later time?
Yeah, I think we can both answer this one, but I would say it's just deferring the inevitable, and obviously the airspace is the most valuable asset that the solid waste utility has. In addition, the food compost program supports the environmental framework and roadmap that was approved earlier by council, so that's why this item is being brought forward.
And just to supplement it a little further, like I said earlier, there's a limited window when we can do this airspace because we're gonna start landfilling over top of the virgin soil essentially. So we're working on the opposite side of landfill right now in our phasing, and we're working our way back towards this area that we could excavate for this airspace. As well, we're following the 10-year waste management strategy that council adopted, and these are the two biggest items that are in that strategy.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we will vote on this motion. Okay, so Councillor McGrogan, you intended to vote no? Okay, can you say that in the mic?
My intention was to vote no.
So can you make a note of that, City Clerk? Okay, so that was defeated. Thank you very much. Did you have an additional motion you wanted to make, Councillor Sharps? Okay, yes, we did. Sorry. Councillor Dumanowski, you have your mic on?
Well, Your Worship, I'm wondering if we're ready to move to the original budget motion. I was going to read it out.
Yep, it is already on the table, but I think it would be very helpful to read it out and get it up on the screen.
Okay, move that council adopts the 2025-2026 operating capital budgets as presented December 2nd, 2024, or amended, including funding sources and financial reserve transfers from capital and Medicinet endowment, as described in section 3.1 and 3.2 of attachment 1 for A, municipal, B, rate-based utility, C, energy production, and D, land development and real estate.
I'll second that.
Sorry, it has already been seconded. It was deferred from last meeting to this meeting, so it was seconded by, Councillor Robbins made the motion and Councillor Van Dyke seconded it.
Sorry, a lot of things going on.
Yes, there are. Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, thank you through the chair. So I saved my comments for now when this was on the table to discuss. So just a few things I wanted to say. Approving a budget is where our words and ideas become action. It's where our plans and studies become a reality. A politician once said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value." As a council, we've experienced having to fund essential projects that were previously deferred, and I'm not keen to do the same to future councils, nor allow the deterioration of our assets or the reduction of services to the community without better information to back it up. I know that administration has looked at cost savings and has been working to find efficiencies and will continue to do so through the service level provision inventory and workforce strategy. I'm hopeful that cost savings will be found through that process for 2026 and beyond. Much like the residents in the community, the city is facing similar inflationary cost pressures, all while having taken 2 years of 0% tax increases that put us behind a slow and steady increase that would feel less shocking. I know that everyone is facing an affordability crisis right now, and I'm a taxpayer too. But I don't see a sustainable way forward for the city without approving this budget, so I am in support. Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, just through the chair, I'm going to leave my comments to the last deliberation we had on the amendment. I support this. My one qualifier, I want to be certain due to the varied presentations we had, et cetera, is that, and I certainly want to bring confirmation for the sake of the public that all the original operating sustainable capital and growth capital requests put forward by the departments, including the police service, are in this budget. I just want to have that verbal confirmation, please.
Managing Director Egert.
Yes, what you have before you is what was presented on December 2nd, which, Councillor Dumanowski, those things that you mentioned are included.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any further speakers, but City Manager Mitchell has advised that there is additional information to be provided.
Hello, and through the chair, thank you. In the previous meeting, there was a request for information regarding where we had come as far as our workforce count. I do apologize that it wasn't included in the package that you received, your briefing note. With all the requests that came forward, this one just happened to miss the cut, but relatively simple explanation for where we've come to, so I can give that confirmation verbally here. In the last meeting, the request was for...
Yeah, the updated chart. So there, we were given a chart, just the update of that chart.
So yes, so in the previous meeting, there was a, on January 15th, the council would have received a PEP count with updated numbers from the beginning of the year. That was then subsequently published in our audited financial statements, so the public can see that the count for the PEP count was 1082 at that time. Sorry.
So the chart that I was talking about, it has detail about where positions were added, and it was FTEs.
I don't believe we've ever presented an FTE count from my understanding. The numbers that were provided in January were permanent head count, from my understanding.
Sure, City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, the head count, as Aaron has alluded to, was 1082. We brought back a briefing note on the co-op place, and there was approval for three additional. So that is the only thing, and those were approved by council. One of the things that happened at the September 16th meeting, if you'll remember, is we rescinded the policy. So we weren't bringing the PEPs back to council for specific approval of PEPs, and council now has authority to do it through the budget process.
Okay, so the chart does have the total PEPs, but it also lists what positions were switched around where. And I also asked about some concerns I had, this was via email, about the numbers from the FTE count in the business plans we received during the last budget and the FTE counts that we're receiving during this budget. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I apologize for, I didn't receive that particular email, but I think with the numbers that we would have provided in this budget, what we did in this budget is we did a comprehensive review of our historical utilization of our FTE. And what we discovered was that there were a lot of areas, including Parks and Recreation, for example, whose temporary FTE counts were quite low. So that wouldn't be reflected in the PEP because it's a permanent head count, but it would be reflected in the FTE. So if you're looking at the previous business plan and you're looking at the current one, that could be one of those discrepancies where, for example, in the previous budget, we had, I think, 3 lifeguards for the whole city budgeted. And that's because it was based on utilization during the prior year, which would have been 2021 at the time, which was right during COVID when we had very low utilization of temporary employees because a lot of our facilities were shut down. So all those numbers this year, we did a comprehensive review. We worked with the departments to determine what is your historical utilization, looked at time card data to figure out what that proper baseline would be that we would start with this budget. And that's what's represented in the numbers here. So what we tried to do as we're switching, you know, we're moving from talking Fahrenheit to talking degrees, or we're switching the unit of measure here. We wanted to make sure that we had a proper baseline. But going forward, the FTE count by far will be more holistic, more accurate, more a bit helpful for us as an administration to help describe for council what is our workforce needs, as well as what's happening in the budget. Because sometimes an increase in PEP doesn't necessarily increase a budget, but full-time equivalent would. So I think that moving forward, we'll have a really good baseline that we can use and we can talk to and provide updates on.
So, for example, in the 2023, 2024 business plan, there are 5 FTEs in the communications department. In the current business plans, there are 12. So I'm not sure how we're reconciling that we've only added 3 positions total.
So those would have been, sorry, through the chair, didn't mean to cut you off. So with that move in particular, I believe that would have been reflected in the January numbers because that would have been something that would have happened during the reorganization. So it's not new positions, they are just positions that were in other areas that have been moved.
So that accounted for 3 additional positions, but that only equals 8 FTEs. However, there's 12 in the 2025 and 2026 budget, business plans. That's just one example. I'm not trying to pick on communications. I'm just really, and it's kind of too late now, but I'm struggling to understand how those are making sense.
That particular movement was positions from other places. All 5 of them were.
At this point, I'm not really sure, like I don't have the opportunity to go through and figure it out. We're dealing with the budget now, so.
To maybe provide a little bit of reassurance, I think it would be best if we came back and did maybe more of a comprehensive debrief on that. But for budget purposes, what we can provide is every business plan that we have does have a variance explanation on the salaries and wages to give you kind of an idea of what is causing the delta for salaries and wages, as well as within the budget briefing document itself. In section 4.1 in particular, I would draw attention to the municipal section. We do provide a bit of a breakdown in that section around what some of those increases are, maybe at a more aggregate level. And most of the increases that we're seeing on the salary and wage side were either tied to supplementary pay types that we hadn't picked up in previous budgets, including holiday pay, service pay, some of those ones within police, within fire. The historical utilization update as well was a big part. And then, of course, updating for the new wages under CUPE and other negotiation agreements that happened during the previous year. Those would be kind of the major ones, but I can understand the desire for a deep dive, and I would direct to those variance explanations within the briefing or the business plans.
Any further questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes our debate. I feel quite reluctant to support the budget, given that there's quite a bit of information that I have requested that I feel remains outstanding. So that is my feeling on that. So with that, we will vote on the budget as amended. All right, that passes. And now we will move on to the next item, which is local, oh, sorry, I apologize. 10.2, business arising from public hearing for bylaw 4839. So first reading of this occurred on November 18th, 2024, and this bylaw is here for second and third reading.
So, Your Worship, at this time, I move that council give second reading to bylaw 4839.
I'll second that.
Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll vote on the second reading. That's unanimous. Councillor Hirsch?
So at this time, I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4839 to amend the electric utility bylaw.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Did we have a second or the first? Sorry. All right, seeing no speakers, we'll vote on the third and final reading of bylaw 4839. And that's unanimous. So bylaw 4839 is passed. And we will move on to business arising from public hearing for bylaw 4840. The first reading occurred also on November 18th, 2022, and this bylaw is here for second and third reading. Councillor Hirsch?
Thank you very much, and I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4840.
I'll second that.
Sorry, I didn't see any discussion, so we'll just vote on second reading. That passes.
And at
Councillor
this-
Hirsch, sorry.
Thank you, that's fine. And at this time, I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 4840 to amend the gas utility bylaw.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. And that's unanimous. Bylaw 4840 is passed. Item 10.4, Planning and Development Services 2025 to 2026 Fees and Charges Update. The first reading occurred again on November 18th, 2024. Sorry? 4832.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 4832.
A second.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll vote. That's unanimous. Counselor Sharps?
I move that council give second, or the council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4832 to amend the safety codes permit bylaw.
Second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on third and final reading of bylaw 4832. That's unanimous. And the next bylaw up is 4833.
I move that council gives the second reading to bylaw 4833.
I'll second that.
So this is the business licensing bylaw. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the second reading. And that's unanimous. Counselor Sharps?
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4833 to amend the business licensing bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on third and final reading of bylaw 4833. That's unanimous. Next up is bylaw 4834 to amend the vehicle for hire bylaw.
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4834.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. That's unanimous.
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4834 to amend the vehicle for hire bylaw.
Any discussion?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councilor McGrogan. Seeing none, we'll vote on third and final reading of bylaw 4834. Councilor Hyder, how do you vote? Councilor Hyder votes yes. I don't know what those dots mean, but we'll, yeah, the votes are over. So now we'll move on to bylaw 4835.
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4835.
And second.
And this is the bylaw to amend the amusement, arcade, and billiard bylaw. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. That's unanimous.
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4835 to amend the amusement, arcade, and billiard bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on third and final reading of bylaw 4835. And that's unanimous. Now, item 10.5, environmental utilities 2025 to 2026 rate-based budget. Sorry. Okay. This received first reading, so this is bylaws 4836, which is to amend the sewer bylaw, 4837 to amend the water services bylaw, 4838 to amend the solid waste bylaw, and we will do them in sequence. They all received first reading on November 18th, 2024. Councillor Sharps?
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4836.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote.
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4836 to amend the sewer bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. And bylaw 4836 to amend the sewer bylaw passes unanimously. Councillor Sharps?
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4837 to amend the water services bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. And that passes.
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4837 to amend the water services bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. And bylaw 4837 passes. Councillor Sharps,
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4838 to amend the solid waste bylaw.
Second.
any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. That passes.
I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 4838 to amend the solid waste bylaw.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. And bylaw 4838 to amend the solid waste bylaw passes. Now on to item 10.6, local growth and sustainability grant application. So this item was postponed from the December 2nd, December 2nd, 2024 regular city council meeting. We have with us Jamie Garland of Environmental Utilities. He's the Director of Environmental Utilities, and Kim Dalton, Associate Director of Environmental Utilities. City Manager Mitchell, do you have an introduction?
Thank you. Through the chair, because of the time, I'll turn it directly over to Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you, City Manager. Madam Chair and Council, good evening. The briefing note details the request for a resolution of Council to apply for funding from the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant Program. Note, this is not a budget request, simply a resolution for administration to apply for this grant. What's unique about this application is the objectives for the grant. The grant has been sparingly used in the past for street rehabilitation and service upgrades in conjunction with deep utility infrastructure replacement. As stated in the briefing note, with council approval, administration will request up to 50% funding, which is $4.6 million of the $9.2 million of the next phase of 3rd Street Southeast, which was just recently approved by council in the budget. This is an exciting change for the department as we embark on trying to solicit as much external funding as we possibly can from all sources. So this is a good news story, and once again, we're seeking your approval for a resolution, to make this application. By the way, it is due on December 20th.
Thank you very much. Can we get a motion on the table, please?
Yeah, okay. Whereas the City of Medicine Hat recognizes the critical need to revitalize its infrastructure systems, including roads, drinking water, solid waste, and wastewater infrastructure to support growth and ensure the provision of essential services to downtown businesses and residents. And whereas the city has identified the key objectives for this revitalization project, including street rehabilitation, surface upgrades, water main replacements, sewer main replacements, which are essential for improving safety, accessibility, economic vitality, hereafter referred to as the Downtown Enhancement and Revitalization Project. And whereas the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant Program provides an opportunity to secure funding necessary to implement these infrastructure improvements, achieve the city's goal for vibrant, attractive, and safe downtown, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of Medicine Hat that one, City Council authorizes the submission of a grant application to the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant Program for the Downtown Enhancement and Revitalization Project for the purposes of funding the project. 2, City Council supports the objectives outlined in the grant application: street rehabilitation, expanding and repaving key roads, redesigning intersections and implementing intelligent traffic management systems, surface upgrades, enhancing mid-block crossings, sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, pedestrian crossings, cycling facilities, signage, boulevard treatment, street furniture, planters, bollards, and patent surfaces, water main replacements, replacing aging and undersized water mains, installing a second water main and using a larger diameter mains for improved resiliency, sewer main replacement, replacing aging sewer mains to ensure reliable service. 3, City Council commits to providing the necessary matching funds and resources required by the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant program for the city manager or their designate is authorized to execute all necessary documents and take any actions necessary to complete that grant application process.
Wow.
I'll second that.
All I can say is Stephanie better never give me the gears on a long
Well,
motion again.
I want to commend you on your reading aloud skills. Counselor Knodel.
Oh, it was just so, it was like a movie. Wow, like it was. So I think when it comes to grant applications, we see oftentimes that if it comes from the federal government, it's based on their priorities, that they will fund projects that they think are important. And we occasionally have to align and find that these funds will serve us in a way that is helpful, but maybe isn't our top priority. But this, to me, is an opportunity to do what's practical and necessary for our community. It doesn't seem like we're not trying to make a puzzle piece fit. The puzzle piece just fits. So easy yes for me, and good reading, Shyla. Thank you. Bye.
Counselor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to commend staff for finding these sorts of grants to help alleviate the strain on our budget as we move forward, having just passed it. It's so valuable to be able to source monies from other levels of government and other organizations even that can help us move our goals forward. And of course, these are obviously very essential services when we see the list here. So many thanks to everyone who keeps their eyes open in your day-to-day and your emails and the various things that come in. There's a lot out there, and something like this, if we manage to get it, would be very helpful. So thank you.
Counselor Robbins.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just had a question about budget, actually. So we've approved this in the 25-26 budget. If we're successful in getting the grant, will we see a budget amendment? In the reverse, usually we see staff give us to spend more, but in this case, we would have a budget amendment saying we're spending less.
Managing Director Egert.
So I can share with council through the chair the impact if we're successful for the entire amount. The impact would be approximately $100,000 for the 26 budget. You know, we could certainly come back with an amendment. We don't know if we're going to be successful. We don't know how much we're going to be receiving. Some of the assumptions that we've made overall may offset some of these numbers. So I will defer that until we see the dollar amount and the amount.
Sure,
and whether we're successful.
We're hopeful to get the grant.
We are hopeful.
This is just step one. And the other thing I wanted to, this is just a comment, that I really appreciated the public participation required piece of this briefing note, and especially the idea of being able to sign up with your email for updates, and then the dedicated website, which is great, people will be able to look, and also some engagement with economic development. I think all of that's really critical to successful projects that we do, so I appreciate seeing that. And I think we're just to the question point, so I won't say how I feel about it, but you could probably guess.
The motion is on the table and has been seconded. Did you second it? Yeah, it has been seconded, so we can debate away.
I'm going to support the grant application.
Counselor Sharps.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I did read it, but I just want to make sure we're very clear about this. So on number 3, City Council commits to providing the necessary matching funds and programs required by the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant Program. Can you just speak a little bit to that? Anyone?
Managing Director Bohan?
Great, thank you. Councillor Sharps, would you mind just giving me that question one more time?
Yeah, so number 3 of this very wordy motion, City Council commits to providing the necessary matching funds and resources required by the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant Program. What are we committing to?
So I can't speak to direct specifics on the requirements, although we are committing that we will, we have budget to fund 50% of, up to 50% of the requested amount, which is, when we come to council for budget, we request the full amount, and if we're able to secure funding, that comes off of the net total amount that we've requested. In terms of human resources and staff resources, it would be the required applications, the assessments that are needed. We will need to ensure that we've actually completed, first of all, we've designed the project in accordance with the requirements as outlined by the grantor. We'll have to ensure that the design meets the requirements that are requirements, and then we'll have to report back to the grantor that we've actually met the requirements they laid out in the original application.
Excellent. And then my second question is under number 2, and it's the second bullet point, which is surface upgrades, enhancing mid-block crossings, sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, pedestrian crossings, cycling facilities, signage, boulevard treatment, street furniture, planters, bollards, and patent services. I would also ask, is that going to be in alignment with the downtown parking plan that I don't know exists, but we use?
Sorry, go ahead, Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Sharps, yes. So we're not planning on completing a parking study until after we've completed the next phase of the construction in downtown. The surface feature enhancements are going to be directly in alignment with what we did this year on the 500, 600 blocks. So they're going to look identical. Essentially, we'll be doing our design work over I believe in 2026 as we develop plans for moving to that next phase. We are taking a holiday in 2025 on construction in order to give the businesses downtown a bit of a break. We'll be going through another phase of community engagement in this process to make sure that we've communicated what the impacts and not just the beautiful, fantastic, safe streets that we'll have, but also the burden that's going to be borne during the process of construction.
Okay. And during that public participation, because I think there's a myth with public participation that all their feedback is documented and we review it and we actually incorporate it, or do we?
So, Madam Chair, to Councillor Sharps, yes. It's a difficult one, and I'm going to be completely candid with you, Councillor Sharps, and Council. We're still developing. We're getting better. Do we get it all right? Did we get it right this year? I wouldn't say we got it 100% right. We actually responded to a lot of community issues sort of ad hoc. I think we can do a better job of how we engage the public, engage businesses in the downtown core. So in terms of how it is and what we're going to be going forward with to the public, it falls into basically the IAP2 level 1, which is we're informing the public, we're going to be replacing the pipes, we're going to be disrupting the streets, we're going to be closing the streets, we're informing the public. So from a communications perspective, it's informed. However, how we go about doing that and how we go about implementing the surface feature enhancements, we are obviously always open within the restrictions that are laid out by our design partners and for the safety of the community. So there are limitations. I hesitate to say yes, so I'll qualify that we'll listen to the community whenever we can.
Well, I just have one final question. During that study, is there a commitment not to remove parking from downtown? Any further removal of parking from downtown?
Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. To Councillor Sharps, no. I can't commit to that at this point. We have to wait for the design to be completed by the external party. The parties that we have do this design work for us, they take into account traffic safety first, convenience second. So the safety of the the free movement of traffic, pedestrians, and all mobility modalities of transportation really have to come first. I cannot, and I don't believe I don't think going back to my team would result in them committing to an on-street parking impact at this point. So apologies, I can't give you that commitment tonight.
So I guess that's where my next question lies. Does that not come back to council for approval?
Councillor Sharps, the council's delegated the roads and traffic safety to the Municipal Works Department, who are staffed by municipal engineers. When we don't do the work internally, and we do a lot of work internally, when we don't do it internally, we hire external design partners, also with years of experience. We adhere to the Transportation Association of Canada requirements and guidelines, as well as the Highway Traffic Safety Act that's outlined by the province. And again, we do take into account wherever we can impacts to on-street parking for the commercial operators and business owners in downtown. However, we have to take the whole point behind road and traffic and community safety is about ensuring that comes first.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, my mic was on that whole time. Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. Yeah, again, great reading, Councillor Sharps. You did very well. You get a star on your paper. I am, just for the record, I am in full support of the grant, and I'm excited to see what the future holds, so thank you.
Councillor Hirsch.
So, again, maybe it might be Managing Director Bohan. I'll let someone else decide. But I guess the question I have relative to bullet number 2, in number 2, including surface upgrades, talking about signage, boulevard treatment, street furniture, planters, bollards. So my question is, and you, Managing Director Bohan, you indicated, you know, it's kind of hit and miss, and I appreciate that. But I did get feedback from a business owner that said, I wish they would have talked to me because they actually put and planted a tree where our annual patio, our seasonal patio goes out onto the, I guess, the sidewalk. So is there going to be, and I guess you mentioned, and I did write it down, you're using the informing version of the participation, but I guess my question is, how much interaction are you going to be able to have with business owners that are saying, listen, remember I've got a seasonal patio going out there, don't put that there, like, you know what I mean? So how much collaboration or feedback are you looking for, or in what way does the business owner get informed of what's happening in front of their premises?
Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and to Councillor Hirsch. That's probably one of those areas we could have done a little better, I think, and I think in full credit to the folks that led that project, we were they were inundated with a lot of questions, and I'll take that away for sure as an area that we could maybe pay a little more attention to, the finishing aspects of where planters, trees, other amenities, benches, garbage cans, that sort of thing.
And I guess further that, if I can, so does that department work in collaboration with, say, municipal planning, where they have temporary licenses for that sort of activities? Like, I don't know where the intersection is where that department talks to the other group, or is it a matter of actually going out and looking at the businesses and soliciting them for their feedback? You know, I'm just suggesting.
Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and to Councillor Hirsch. We're an integrated department, so thankfully we've got good and tight integration between our planning, municipal works, and environmental utilities. This project this last year was with tight integration, so it's it's an interesting dance because we've got, when we have patios, it's approved partially by the road authority, partially by planning and development with the development permit, and then syncing with our environmental utilities construction team. So it's a little dance that we do, but I'm proud to say that the teams work really closely together.
And then just finally, just, you know, in terms of, and I get it, there's always the one-off instances that occur, and I appreciate that, and I guess my example was one of them, but quite frankly, as an individual that works downtown, had the street upside down and dug deep and the whole thing, and saw the development and the work that was done, and I know it's such a project, an undertaking, you know, really kudos in terms of what the past learnings on different streets, that sort of thing, but really, you know, speaking to other people within the downtown, a lot of good work was done. The sequencing made sense. It still allowed for, you know, movement around downtown and did it with some good, I'll call it methodology, but the sequencing was really well done. So, and then to boot, the work that was done quickly and did a good job. So thank you for that.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair and to Councillor Hirsch too, I would say that we could do a better job, obviously, because we're a large, complex organization. We're trying to do better, bringing down the silos, but we also have to be really careful, as Managing Director Bohan has said, to manage expectations, because we saw it with some of the land use planning in different areas over the summer, that we said, oh, we took your feedback, but we aren't clear enough, and we can do a much better job saying this is what's going to happen to your feedback. So we're really committed to getting better at that, because I do think, oh, thank you, but there's a misunderstanding from the public various times, well, I gave feedback, why did nothing happen? But I think we have to do a better job to say your feedback is going to do this, inform or change the decision.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we'll vote on the motion. That passes. Next up is item 10.7, Bylaw 4793 to amend the Escort Services Bylaw. First reading occurred on November 4th, 2024, and this bylaw is before us for second and third reading.
I move the council give second reading to bylaw 4793.
I'll second for the discussion.
Councillor McGrogan, do you have, or do you?
Seconded.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor McGrogan.
I had to do two things at once there, so it slowed me down. Thank you. I guess I want to say that I'm very appreciative of Mr. Montgomery's submissions. He took a lot of time and effort. I wouldn't call my relationship with him as love-hate, but more like-dislike over the years. He's a character, but I read his submissions with great interest. I know he had a passion to come and speak on this issue. It's very important to him, and my issue is I think he makes some really good points. I have a couple questions, and then if I may ask them before I continue, but I'd like to know, where does the licensing fees go? Is it to the police budget, or is it the licensing budget? Not the fine revenue, but the actual licensing of escorts. Someone answer that for me, and then I'll carry on.
Managing Director Egert.
I believe the revenue is part of municipal general revenues.
Thank you. Do we know how, could you, maybe off the top of your head, it's a tough question, but do we know the total of escort revenue that's collected by the city every year?
Through the chair, I do not know that number.
Is there any way that could be captured, or I should know, I should have asked that earlier, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, and I apologize for that.
And just to clarify, not escort revenue, escort license revenue.
That's what I'm getting to here.
That's a totally different question. I think we have someone looking, and if we get the answer, I can get it back.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarity, Madam Mayor. So considering his comments, it really made me wonder if we're doing the right thing here by just enhancing, changing the fine structure a little bit. When I think of the Escort bylaw, I think of creating safety for people that put themselves in vulnerable positions as, I think, the number one, probably appropriate and maybe the only reason to actually have this bylaw in place. And I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would love to hear Mr. Bullock's thoughts in relation to this Escort bylaw and whether, or the submissions of Mr. Montgomery, and whether or not, in your view, and through case law, if we've looked at, is this bylaw actually relevant, or is it there for other reasons, I guess, the other reasons we can all speculate on.
And just as a note, if you don't have that in front of you right now, we could always defer this until, like, defer the bylaw until next, like, some future time, and then the previous bylaw would just remain in place, I believe. City Solicitor Bullock?
Thank you, through the chair, and I don't have Mr. Montgomery's submission before me, but we have done legal research on this bylaw. We do think it's valid. Other municipalities in the province have escort service bylaws. It's essentially a business licensing bylaw that regulates this certain business. We have other bylaws that are specific to certain businesses in the city, like the vehicle for hire bylaw, for example, the pawnbroker bylaw, for example. And I have a solicitor from my team who's here who has done some additional research, and perhaps I could invite him down just to share some of his thoughts regarding the legal research he did regarding this bylaw. The solicitor Rex Awesome review of my office.
I think in addition, one of the concerns is not that we have the bylaw, but that the cost is quite a bit more, like the license fees.
Yeah, and this may be something the license inspector could speak to, but there's a correlation between the level of service or the amount of regulation required by the city to oversight of these businesses to the licensing fee. There's a connection there. That's what drives these licensing fees.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The chair to the council. I cannot speak to the fee schedule. I think the licensing officer is in a better position to do that. I can't speak to the fact that other municipalities do have separate escort services by law, and the amendments that we made from legal point of view were as a result of case law which came up while we were defending the bylaw in the legal forum. So we're just trying to be proactive and cross the T's and dot the I's before the next challenge. So that's what we did here. But as for the fee schedule, I'm not in a position to speak to that.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor McGrogan?
No, I don't. Thank you for that response. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Probably don't go too far, just in case. Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the work done in reviewing this bylaw and bringing forward the changes. It's been a long time coming, but I understand the delay due to court proceedings. So I've reviewed the changes. Obviously, I've been following this all along, and I believe that the bylaw and fees are fair and meet the request of council. I also think that there is still a place for a bylaw because, as you said, Councillor McGrogan, it protects the safety of people in vulnerable situations, and I think that without it, there may not be that same protection in place, no other mechanism. So I'm comfortable with these changes, and like all bylaws and policies, there is always room for amendment if we find that it needs it in the future. So I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. So initially, I was in support of this bylaw until I read Mr. Montgomery's submission, and I know he wanted to present to council, and I will say that my preference is that he did actually present to council, so that I would have been able to have the opportunity to speak to him and talk to him and ask him some more questions. I think there's validity to his arguments. So based on the fact that I have what I have in front of me and not able to ask him, I am not going to support this motion.
Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, and through the chair, I do love a jurisdictional scan, as we all know, and I'm sort of troubled a bit by the fact that there's not very many cities on this list. And I would have thought, and this is maybe just being naive, that more cities would have Escort bylaws. So what my curiosity is if they have had Escort bylaws in the past and then rescinded them, or if they've never had them, or if these are just the ones that were similar enough to our own that are listed here. It's a bit of a long-winded roundabout question, but I guess the question is, are there other jurisdictions with Escort bylaws? Would be question number one, other than the ones listed. And two, are there other jurisdictions that had Escort bylaws and then rescinded them? And I don't expect anyone to know the answers to these questions at this very moment in time. But if you do, good for you. But if you don't, I feel like I need a little more information about this question and one further question that I have. So I may well, depending on whether you have the answer now, suggest that this be put over so we could think about it further. But I'll listen to what you have to say first, and then I do have a second question.
Go ahead.
The chair through to Councillor Robbins. Yes, there are many other cities that do have escort services bylaw. We have Edmonton, we have Calgary, we have Red Deer close to us here. If you go to Saskatchewan, you have Regina. And if you go further, to Manitoba, Winnipeg, most of them, they'll have escort services bylaw. In fact, some of the cases that we used in making these slight changes came from Vancouver and Manitoba. Vancouver, so it was exactly the same challenge that Mr. Montgomery tried to raise, and the court did not make any findings as to what is in his document there. So to beat all that, so we came with these changes. So that's what's here.
Yes, go ahead.
So I see the ones that are listed here, but would like St. Albert have a bylaw, or Grand Prairie, or Strathcona County? I'm just thinking Airdrie.
Right.
Do they also have bylaws?
They do, but what you have before you, the jurisdictional stand you have before you, was done by the licensing department because they had the responsibility for changing the fee schedule. So that scan was done by them.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So the next question, I'm confident you're not going to be able to answer based on what you just said, but I appreciate that information is really helpful. And when a bylaw is amended based on case law, that always gives me a lot of comfort. It's been tested by a court and amended, so that's very helpful to know. But my question is, and perhaps there's a bit of the answer already, but of the licensing fee proposed, I think Mayor Clark's question was a very good one. Does that go to the briefing note says it's more work to enforce and regulate. Who is doing that work? And is this cost proportionate to the extra work it is for them compared to a regular license? And I'm guessing only the licensing officer could answer those questions, unless someone tells me otherwise.
Through the chair to Councillor Robbins. With regards to enforcement, it's also done by the police. So the licensing officer issues the license, but should there be complaints, that enforcement is done by the police. So the cost of their enforcing, hence the cost of the license fee, because what is done Ours is slightly higher than, say, Calgary, because Calgary has the bodies, they have the numbers and the force. So we don't have that. So it will cost more for the city to carry out this enforcement with a lesser fee. So that won't work for us. So it has to be kind of prorated to what they have to do in order to enforce it.
Great, gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Managing Director Bohan?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Robbins. And to answer the question, the license, it's kind of a multifaceted question. The license revenue flows through to Planning and Development Services. It's part of our revenue line that's in our budget. When it comes to fines and enforcement, any tickets or any of that revenue flows through MHPS. So there's not a lot of revenue in this, and we're not, the department is not experts in this particular area. You asked a question about how we manage administration. The change in how this bylaw is recommending less scrutiny. There used to be monthly reporting, monthly checks from the operators, as well as the with our safety codes and our administrative staff. They would review data, they would review the transactions that took place. So simplifying that process is part of this whole exercise, making it less burdensome on the operators and making it less burdensome on city administration. So.
Councillor Domanowski? As a first-time speaker,
Okay.
you get to go first.
Through the chair, good conversation. I'm hearing a lot of conversation around the regulation and oversight related to this bylaw. I do understand that some of the recommendations are based on current practice and case law, which I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lawyer around the table that would say, or two, that would say that's the prudent course. For me, where I take exception is the proposed change in fee. As much as we want to or otherwise muse about Escort bylaw and its revenues, et cetera, it is the genesis of it is very clear to the public. I won't make that more explicit than it needs to be. For me, if we are making a reduction, and we've heard even from recently from Solicitor Rex, when we try to compare ourselves in a jurisdictional scan, we certainly find ourselves slightly offside because of the proportionate or disproportionate costing to monitor and enforce. When it comes to the safety aspect, which I absolutely endorse and support, regardless of my moral feelings towards such a bylaw, it is a reduction, in my opinion, has a direct and counter effect to the safety aspect, because no different than our budget deliberations, we're talking about service delivery and supporting it or reducing it, et cetera. If there's a reduction in your revenue line for the monitoring, then there's going to be a commensurate drop or decline in safety. And so on that premise, simply, and honestly, I cannot support this.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thanks. I really didn't state, I guess, my position when I made my comments, and I really appreciate the comments around the table. And Councillor Domanowski, I respectfully, I guess, disagree that it's commensurate, because I know that the police will enforce and monitor regardless. I'm aware of a murder when I was actually with the police service that occurred because a person was basically not registered. Well, it wasn't why. It happened because someone just killed a young girl. But generally, I think if that person would have been licensed properly and could afford it, or whatever the case might be, and made it more reasonable and practical, it might have prevented the incident. So I don't want to drive people personally, underground because of cost. So the proportionality as far as safety, I think, is, to me, irrelevant. Bringing the cost down so that actually these people can register. And if the purpose is safety for the vulnerable and it's not for intel gathering, then I think it's like Councillor Van Dyke said, it's a good purpose, just for that reason alone. So I really respect Mr. Montgomery's comments, his passion for this, but I think that at this time, I support it as a safety tool, and I hope that that's the only reason that it's used. So I'm going to support it.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Do we have any evidence in regards to safety stats? I don't know if somebody's brought that up, maybe I've missed it, but do we have safety statistics of whether that's locally or, you know, nationally, how a bylaw curbs incidents like McGrogan just referred to?
Managing Director Bohan.
Thank you. We don't have any direct statistics as part of this proposal. However, we did engage with Medicine Police Service, and they're agreed to the rates that we've decided, that we've arrived at. They've shared with us that lowering too much encourages various people to enter the business and line of work, and going too high sends the applications underground. So it's a delicate balance, and we worked really closely with the police service to make sure we had that balance in place. So sorry, your direct question was about statistics. We don't have those currently.
Okay, just to clarify, sorry, so you're saying that the trend is that more people will get into the Escort business if our license fee is lower?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I don't see any further speakers, so we'll vote on second reading. It's getting late, I'm getting giggly. Okay, so that passes, and would anyone like to make a motion for third reading?
So I'll move the council give third and final reading to bylaw 4793 to amend the Escort bylaw.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. Councillor Knodel? That's okay. And again, that passes. So that is third reading, and we'll move on to item 11.1, water treatment plan residuals management facility. And can I get a motion on the table?
I move that council approves $4,100,000 of additional capital funded from reserves for the completion of the water treatment plant residuals management facility.
Second that.
All right, any discussion on this one? Councillor Robbins.
Yeah, I just wondered if we were going to hear a little summary or presentation before we move to vote.
It doesn't, okay, Brian, oh, great.
Maximitz?
Maximitz?
I think so.
Brian Maximitz, consultant with Better Projects Incorporated, will speak to this item.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. The project had a budget increase request in January of 2024 that took the project to 13% over the cost estimate. The cost estimate was prepared in 2018 before COVID and was reviewed in 2022. What wasn't known coming out of COVID was what was going on in the supply chain market for materials, equipment, and labor relating to construction projects in Western Canada. And so, you know, there wasn't a database from which anybody would have known that maybe there was going to be inflation and escalation impact the job. But anyways, there was that 13% addition to the budget in January of 2024. And with today's additional request, it takes it to 27% over budget. And again, 2018 estimate. And so I was hired to come in and review the situation, and my scope of work involved answering 3 questions. How did the procurement approach and other factors result in the current budget overrun situation on the project? What could Medicine Hat do? What could the city do differently in the future to avoid this type of budget cost situation? What's the anticipated final cost for the project? And we also found the opportunity when we did the report to talk about 3 other questions, which is, should the use of this construction management approach, which I'll describe, be used in the future? Why did the project team not ask for more funding in January of 2024? And how did it affect the project that the city's project management team had an industrial project background from power generation and not a water treatment background? So we looked into those topics, and I'll just try to be brief here with a summary. The thing that jumped out at us the most is that the cost overruns on the project are mostly due to the delayed or late realization of required scope in the project. And that is to say that the different contractors that were hired would get into the work and then find out, well, this you know, these details aren't complete. We have to ask for some clarification from the city. And the clarification would come, and there would be sort of scope additions that would have been required in the project. And so the reason for the cost overruns is not attributable to any amount of poor management by the city's construction management team. And also, there's very little cost in this cost overrun for delay. So I want to reiterate that the cost growth on the project is for scope that would have been required anyway had there been a higher level design at the time that the bids were collected. And I wanted to mention on the on these cost overruns that this is typical for the water and wastewater treatment industry. When we did this study, we went in and reviewed the facts, and then, you know, the report kind of reflects a combination of facts and opinions. And it's important for me to point out that I'm a professional engineer registered in the province of Alberta, and so some of this are my opinions in what I'm seeing. But this is these cost overruns are typical for the water treatment industry in Western Canada. It has been the case for 10 plus years. My background is 10 years working for a municipality and delivering water projects, 10 years in the consulting industry designing them, and 10 years in the construction industry building them. And so before COVID, we were in a situation where 10 to 20% cost overruns were normal on these types of projects across Western Canada. And that after COVID, because of the escalation and inflation, it is quite normal for projects of this nature to be 25 to 50% over budget. And I've seen examples across Canada where projects are coming in 100% over the budget that was developed. Actually, the budget was developed after COVID, and they're still coming in 25 to 50 to 100%. And so the cost performance on this project is actually really good. And I know, you know, listening to the budget discussion today, it's difficult to stand up here and say a 27% cost overrun is good performance. But in the water industry in Western Canada, it is. And the factors for this are that prior to COVID, there was a shortage of people in the engineering and construction industry, and it kind of drives lower quality design, you know, as a generality, lower quality design and lower productivity on the construction job sites. And what happened after COVID is that you had a bunch of projects which were already funded by municipal governments and provincial governments in the public infrastructure sector, and those were started after COVID. Let's build these projects. And then the other thing that happened is that the governments thought a good way to re-stimulate the economy was to inject a bunch of funding into the economy and do more construction projects. So you have a situation before COVID where you had a shortage of people in engineering and construction, and then after COVID, it was exacerbated by the combination of restarting projects that were funded on hold and then more funding for other projects. And then you also had people who retired during COVID and didn't come back to work. And you have there are less people going into the engineering and construction sectors kind of in the last 10 years or so. And so all of this compounds for a perfect storm, combined with the escalation in inflation for these projects to run over budget after COVID. So one of the things that's unique about the job, and the first question here is, how did the contract model affect this cost performance? The city's contract model, the City of Medicine Hat is in a really fortunate position to have a self-performed construction capability. And so instead of hiring a general contractor who would bid on the job and then hire the sub-trades, the construction trade, disciplined trade contractors to build the project, the city played that role of the general contractor. The city staff were in fact the general contractor, and we call it self-performed construction management is kind of the approach that they took. And it's actually, you know, again, it's difficult to see this with the 27% cost overrun, but it's actually the self-perform approach that the City of Medicine Hat took is actually a good news story, and it's a made in Medicine Hat success story for this project. And I have 4 reasons to say this. The first one is that by self-performing the construction management and not by hiring a general contractor, the city directly saved, in my estimation, $3.7 to $6.9 million that a general contractor would have charged the city in their bidding for the project. All the contractors would have had sort of different factors included in their bid. So that's direct savings in the city's pocket, $3.7 to $6.9 million. The things that the general contractor would have added on top of the costs that are being spent for construction services on the job, the general contractor would have added 5% for profit and 5% for overhead and 10% for what we call indirects, which are trailers and supervision staff, people that are not working on the tools, but people that are supervising the work, and 5% for risk contingency. So you got kind of this 20% that would have hit the job. And they would have been running the job with kind of 6 to 10 people compared to what your team is doing. They're running the job with kind of 3 full-time equivalents. And the other thing that this approach is providing to the city is really great transparency into what's going on into the job. The city, through the power business, has access to a software program called Procore, and it's a project management program, and it's provided a great repository of sophisticated record keeping being done by the city's team, and there's great transparency into being able to come in and say what went wrong on this project that resulted in these budget increases and the job being, you know, over budget with reference to a 2018 design. So it's providing great transparency to go in, and that transparency wouldn't exist if there would be a general contractor. It would be more of an acrimonious situation between the city and the contractor as to what's causing the delays. And the third factor here about why this is a good news story is you've got local people treating local contractors fairly. Of the 6 main contractors on that project, 5 of them are based in Medicine Hat, and the 6th one is based in Calgary. And there's really good culture on the job. People are motivated, productivity is high, and this is attributable to the work that the city's construction management team is doing. And then if we think of all these changes that are hitting the job, this late scope that was identified, the 4th factor is that general contractors would have added on top of the pricing that they submitted. So you're getting from trade contractors how much to add this extra pump or how much to add this valve that was missed in the design, and we've discovered it now. General contractors would have taken that pricing from the subcontractor, from the disciplined trade contractor, and then they would have added money for, you know, profit. They would have taken some extra profit taken and kind of exploit the situation in a chain situation. This isn't happening on the job, and what's happening is that there's a really good culture and a kind of can-do Medicine Hat solution here where the local contractors are interested to do a good job for the city because they want to work for the city in the future. And I make the point here that there wasn't a lot of cost in the overage for delay. And the reason that, and there was an error, and we submitted an addendum to our report that explained the error that we made in interpreting the contractual situation. But the fact is there's still not a lot of delay built in the cost, and the reasons for that is because through the good management of work on the job, the contractors were able to move to other work phases. Local contractors could go to other job sites around Medicine Hat, and they wouldn't have to demobilize and mobilize from Calgary if there was delays, so they could just work here for a bit today, and then if they ran into a delay, they could go to another project. As I said, these local contractors also want to have a good relationship with the city of Medicine Hat because they want to work for the city in the future, and they're not being exploitive with respect to the changes. And the last thing is that the construction team has created a situation where there's a lot of float in the schedule, and so the contractors that are building this project are not under the gun from city staff. You have to finish this by Christmas 2024. There's actually some float in the schedule, and as such, the local contractors don't have to accelerate by adding more people onto the job to get the work done, and so those extra costs don't exist. They're not hitting the job. So in terms of what could have been done differently for the city, I kind of had 3 suggestions. There's a lot of ways we can have more predictable cost outcomes on projects, but the first one is, in the future, wait until all of the bids come in before starting construction. And in this instance, in 2023, the city started issuing bids for the foundations and the early works that you could do while the process mechanical was still designed, and the electrical, the later scope that gets built later in the job. But the city tendered those packages to get started because they were looking at a December 2024 regulatory deadline from the province. And there was an archaeological discovery there in the summer, fall of 2023. And the city then had to, think about, should we start the project in April of, I'm sorry, I'm back a year. That was 2022. And then should we start in April of 2023 with the contractors that we already have? And they decided to do that because they wanted to do the city a good job to avoid further escalation and inflation to hit the job. If we delay a project, the costs go up, and we didn't have there was no predictability about how long the inflation will last and the supply chain market be inflated. And so they wanted to get it done still by the December 2024 the original deadline, which the province extended to the end of 2025, but city staff wanted to get it done. They wanted to save money from inflation and further escalation. Their staff, who had come off Unit 17 at the power plant, were ready to go, these 3 full-time equivalents that I mentioned. The contractors were ready to go. The Medicine Hat contractors had bid on these jobs, and they were ready to go. And so the city made this decision to get started. But my recommendation is that in the future, we wait for designs to be fully completed. What's interesting about that comment is that even if they had waited, I feel there still would have been late identification of scope that would have hit the job, resulting in change on the job and requests for additional budget. The second recommendation I have is that there's something emerging in the public sector construction market called collaborative contracting, which is that normally when you do a project, the design team works with the City of Medicine Hat staff to design the project, and then you tender it, and then the construction team takes over. But because of this lower quality design that's impacting the industry, and it's not just water and wastewater treatment, it's also the transportation industry and other industries, you want to bring the construction contractor in early to work with the designer, improve the quality of the design around the design table instead of optimizing the design while you're building the project. And so there's a lot of, as you can imagine, there's delay and stuff waiting for, if you're building the project, for those changes to come from the design team. But if you can optimize that around the design table, you get a more predictable price, because hopefully you would have found out those deficiencies. You get a more predictable price at the time that the construction work is going to begin. And so that's collaborative contracting. And one of the other things that kind of hit this job is that there was a corporate reorganization in 2021, and then there was a corporate restructuring in 2023, and the job switched between departments a couple times, and this project team is earnestly trying to get the job done. But there could have been a little bit of a steering committee formed after that reorganization in 2023, because you had 2 departments kind of, and this is very common in municipalities, for a project delivery team, which was at the power plant, delivering a project for an internal client, which is the water and wastewater department. If you form a steering committee with executives and project managers from each of those 2 business units, the awareness of what's going on in the job would have been apparent earlier in the development of the cost overruns, with more senior people asking more difficult questions. And so a steering committee is always a good idea for a project, but particularly when you have one department delivering a project for another department. So those are our conclusions. We did add the report addendum, which is in the package, and I think those were my main points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize, it's so late. Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you for the presentation, Brian. I just got one question, then just some comments, but the question is, and forgive me, I just can't recall because this is not the first time we talked about this, but what was the original contingency percentage on this build? And then I guess the question is, was the math when you said overshoot it by, is that the number?
What was your second question, sir?
Well, I guess was the contingency percentage part of the total build?
Yeah.
And then was that 27% of that number?
Yeah, so if we look at what I'm referring to in the memo as the total budget of $29.5 million, which is equal to the 26.5 grant funding plus $3 million that the city spent to get the detailed design finished earlier in the history of the project, comes to 29.5. That number had roughly a 10% contingency in it. I remember that they said 10 to 15% was the contingency, and then the adder on top of it is these two budget increase requests.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And I guess, so my comment section now is the phenomenon of COVID actually derailed the best laid plans on everyone. I'm pleased to see that there was no scope creep. So, it's kind of like, I built these windows, but man, it'd be nice to have drapes. I could do that for you if you want. And then all of a sudden now the expansion goes. But I guess I'm just, I'm happy in terms of your presentation exactly, and I accept all your arguments. Even earlier tonight, I just spoke tonight of fire trucks at 60% higher volume. So everyone, doesn't matter what industry, it's happening to everyone. So I appreciate the government's intention to stimulate the economy, and I do accept your argument that actually created more of a problem because more demand, you don't have enough supply, ergo the pricing goes up. So so again, I sometimes it's better left just to let the market forces dictate rather than step in. But again, to your point on, and this is my comment, I appreciate the effort of staff to mitigate the costs by taking on the role as general contractor. You're absolutely right, because there was the profit and other fee charges. You're absolutely, like when it comes to a faucet, for example, that supplier could charge $10, the GC adds $4 more as part of their bit, and then that kind of drives up the cost even more. So thank you for your presentation. I think it's important because it is a noteworthy overage, but I think the way it's presented and explained, and I certainly accept it, so thank you for that.
Sir, I wanted to address something you said, if I may, Mayor?
Absolutely, yes.
Just the point about the industry being very busy, it wasn't just inflation in terms of supplies and salaries going up for the shortage of people, but there was also an erosion of the quality of the design and a lowering of the productivity in construction. So there's factors, and to your point, the situation that the City of Medicine is experiencing on this project is repeated right across the country. And, you don't do a $30 million project every year. And so the organization takes lessons learned from this and applies them to the next one.
Thank you. So just a reminder to council, it is 10:51. We have 3 speakers and 1 more item to deal with. Just be mindful that the meeting ends at 11, or 2 more items, I apologize. One's a first reading. Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, but thank you mostly for your report. It was a really easy, understandable read, and so I appreciated it. And I just want to say thank you to city administration who decided that they really needed a report from a third party to understand what had happened here. And if there was blame to be laid at the city's feet, they were willing to take it, whatever you reported. And so I'm glad that you found some positive things. Certainly that project management team should be congratulated for all of the work that they did on the file. And I'm glad you found some things that we could, possibly implement in the future. So I appreciate you hanging out all night, and your report's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'll be quick. I really appreciate the third-party review of this to verify the good work of the city. I know that when we see big numbers like this, 4.1 million, it can be very concerning to the public, and especially when they hear it's an overage on a project, that they think there was mismanagement or a problem. So I think it's very helpful to have a neutral third party come in and assess it and review and assure the public that the city is doing a good job, that this is an industry issue, and, there's extenuating circumstances, and we don't, I know none of council takes these budget amendments lightly, so I appreciate the due diligence done by administration and bringing that information to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers. Again, very much appreciate your time and how late it was. I apologize.
Thank you. That's okay.
Next, we're moving on to committee. Oh, so I'm so sorry. Okay, we will vote on, did we have the motion already? Okay, we'll vote on the motion. And that passes. On to committee business, council appointments to public members, to advisory boards and commissions. So we'll get, Councillor McGrogan, you can make the motion, and then city clerk will read out the names, and then we can have a seconder.
I move the council approves the public members' appointments to be designated, to the designated advisory boards and commissions at the December 16th, 2024 open council meeting as presented.
Second.
Oh, we just have to get, okay, it's fine, but this is as presented. These are the names.
The council appointments of public members to advisory boards and commissions. Community Vibrancy Advisory Board, Darlene Keeler, 3-year term. Krista Buckberger, 3-year term. Jessica Whitford, 1-year term. MPC, Donald Knutson and Ian Parkinson. Police Commission, Miles Thornton, a 3-year term, and Greg Keane, a 1-year term. Public Library Board, Nathan Van Ham, a 3-year term. Megan Hilgendorf.
Vanderham, Hilgendorf.
And Chandra
No, you're on your own on that one.
Beaulieu.
Bolio.
And that's a 3-year term, and I'm so sorry I have just destroyed your names. And Klaus Mueller is a 1-year term, and the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board is Werner Fisher.
Thank you very much. Those were some, okay, we'll vote on the motion. Okay, next item on the agenda is Bylaw 4841 to amend the land use bylaw. This requires a public hearing, so it is for first reading only.
So I move the council gives first reading to bylaw 4841 to amend the land use bylaw.
I'll second.
And this is a land use bylaw to rezone 2, 6, 10,
No.
14. Oh,
Sorry, I think he read 13 instead of 12.2, didn't you? You did first reading?
No, I think I did first reading
Yeah.
of 4841, which is the rezoning of 2, 6, 10, 14, and 18 Sierra Green Southwest.
that's okay. You're just trying to get us edged right up to 11 o'clock there. Councillor Knodel, did you have something to say?
We had just had a quick conversation earlier about how the chair and then the vice chair would be the
sorry.
ones that read. So when Cassie replied, I said, MPC, MPC.
Okay, sorry. So we will vote on first reading. And that passes, and it's 10:57, and with that, I would just like to wish everyone here and everyone in Medicine Hat a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a wonderful New Year. Thank you.